visiting with my mother, Margaret Kline. Today's date is December 22nd, 1995, and we're in Liberty, Missouri. And Mom, can you give me your full name?
Yes, my name is Margaret Wicklund Kline, and I live at Nakoma Square in Minneapolis in apartment 315 35th Avenue South, number 312.
And do you mind if I ask what your age
I was
is?
85 years old on September the 4th of this year.
And what was your date of birth?
September 4, 1910, and I was born in Hancock, Michigan, which is the copper country of the Upper Peninsula of northern Michigan.
And where were your parents born?
My parents were both born in Finland. I can't tell you the name of the colony or state, except that they were both born in Finland. And they were married in Helsinki, Finland, on November the 7th, 1909, and immediately they set sail for, and my father had been married before, but he was a widower with 2 children, and when he met my mother, then he went to Finland to meet her and to get married. And he brought her back to the United States, to Hancock, Michigan, the Upper Peninsula, and a year later I was born in that city.
Okay. And do you know anything about your grandparents?
Nothing at all. All I know is that my mother and her twin brother were 13 years old when their mother passed away. They lived with their father, and then when my mother found out that when she was through school and she knew that she couldn't live in that small town, this was in Finland, that she had to go out and make a living for herself. So she found out that the people that owned a hospital in Helsinki, which is the capital of Finland, needed a nursemaid for their children. I think they had about 3 children. My mother went there, was interviewed, and they hired her. So she became a governess for those children. And I don't know how long that position lasted, but they owned a hospital, and they found that she was such a sympathetic type person that they allowed her to receive nurses training. So my mother received a nurses training, including midwife training, all because of her marvelous personality.
And how did she meet Grandpa Wicklund?
My mother was 33 years old, and she was not married, and she was a nurse in Finland. But my father was a widower. His wife had died while he was in America, earning money enough for their passage. He had 2 children. And he was in America in Mass City, Michigan, which is the Upper Peninsula of the Copper Country. And he knew my mother's sister. And he happened to see a picture of this very lovely lady on the library table in the farmhouse of my mother's sister. He asked who she was, and my aunt told her that was her sister, her younger sister. And my father asked questions whether she was single or married, and found out she was single. And he asked for her name and address. He wrote to her, and she explained his situation, and she answered him. But she had planned to be a Lutheran deaconess, but when she hadn't started that training, but that's what her plans were. And when she got this letter from my father, never having seen him or knowing anything about him, just the fact that her sister knew him in America, she wrote back. So they started up a correspondence, and I haven't any time frame on how long this correspondence lasted, but evidently I did read one of my father's love letters, and he had a lot of religion in it. And I think that my mother must have liked the sound of those letters, because they made plans to meet. So then my aunt came to Upper Michigan, and she was with her sister on that farm. And then when my father met her, they liked one another right away, and they had not known each other except through correspondence. And so when they finally met in Mass City, Michigan, why, they decided that they might as well get married, and so they did.
So she came over.
She came over, and she did have a married sister living there, so it wasn't like it was just like a straw in the wind or anything. And they were a very handsome couple. And then when they established their home in Hancock, Michigan, my father was a copper miner. And then I've seen the house. I don't remember it, but I've seen a picture of it. And I was born there a year later. And then a year after that, us girls were all about 15 months apart. So my younger sister Ina and I were both born there. Then there was
in Hancock.
Hancock, Michigan. And then Hancock was in the copper country, excuse me, and there was a strike on at that time. And my parents had house payments to make, and no money coming in. The strike was on. They had no idea when that strike would be over, so they moved bag and baggage into the copper country, to Amasa, Michigan, and into the iron country. Now the iron mines were working, so they had to reestablish a home in Amasa. And
how do you spell Amasa?
Amasa, Amasa. Okay. And then a year later, my sister Victoria and her twin were born. But the twin, Marie Elizabeth, only lived for 3 weeks. They were both preemies. And my mother had Victoria in a shoebox lined with cotton, and that was her incubator. She was born at home, but that little girl survived. And so every place that we went, we came up with two girls. Well, when Victoria was 15 months old, my sister May was born. So here's my mother with a preemie and May. Then the strike now was, the copper country strike was now over. So instead of going to Hancock, they got to know a lot of people from Winona, Michigan, but that was copper country too. They moved bag and baggage into a settlement in Winona. It was definitely a mining town. They had their different sections. This one section was called King Philip, I think in commemoration of a man that lived there at one time. And when you came out of King Philip, over to the left was the central location. And all the houses, before you got to central, you came to Log Cabin, the Log Cabin Street. And all the houses on that one street were all log cabin going downhill. When you came out of Log Cabin District, then you came into Central, and they were all two-story houses, bedrooms upstairs, and gray and white, gray siding and white trim. And they were all in neat rows, and those were company-owned houses. When you worked for the copper mining company, then you rented from them. Then when you came out of the central location, then you were approaching the school, and just to the right of the school were 3 houses on a small knoll, and that's where the mining engineers and the superintendents lived in that area. And then when the one school building held all the classes from kindergarten all the way through high school. All we did was, when we got into high school, we just moved to the second level. That was all. And the boys...
Okay, can I just cut you off there? Before we get too far into your life in Winona, what was Grandpa's name?
He didn't have a middle name. It was Frederick Wicklund.
Okay.
And my mother was Mary, and actually she was baptized Serafina Maria Willman. And then she marries Frederick Wicklund. The letter W has been very prominent in my life. Winona, Michigan, Winona Place.
And when did your father first come to America? Do you remember?
That I don't know. All I know is that he was married. For the first time, he was married in Finland. And I have no time frame on any of this. except that he wanted to bring his family, everybody, they were all immigrating to the United States from all those Scandinavian countries. And he wanted to bring his wife and family here. So he came to America and didn't know a soul, but he was saving his money. And then he would go back to visit like once a year or something like that, maybe even sooner, I don't know. But he couldn't use up all of his money that he had saved just crossing the ocean to visit his family. He did cross the ocean 5 times, so it must have taken him several years to try to build up a fund. But then in the meantime, his wife passed away. She died of tuberculosis. My grandparents took over the care of these children. Helen was born in December 22nd, or close to Christmas, 22nd or 23rd of December, 1900. And my brother Solo Frederick was born in February. I think he was born on leap year, February 31st, 1903. But my father, and he was going to bring that back. When his wife died, he went back to Finland, and his parents were taking care of the children. Now he comes back to across the ocean again, and he was in Mass City, Michigan, in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. That's when he saw my mother's picture on that library table. Okay. And then that led to correspondence, and my father was a very devout Lutheran, and so was my mother. And they corresponded, and would you believe, they made plans, never having met one another, they made plans to be married. And my mother...
Okay, so now let's go back to Winona. So now you're living in they moved to Winona, to the copper mines.
There's a story there, though, about your Sulo, your half-brother, stepbrother, and his sister coming over. Did they just...
we were living in Hancock, Michigan. And I was born like in 1910. Ina was born in May of 1912. And this is very historic. My father wanted his 2 children to come. My mother really, she didn't want my father's family to be separated. So she wanted those 2 children from Finland to join his new family in America. And Helen now was 12, and Sula was 9. And they had a cousin named Emil Warla. And Emil was 17 years old. And he was coming to America with these 2 children. And they tried to book passage on the Titanic, April 1912. And I don't know whether the passenger list was filled, but I think it had to be just special people that were on that very initial voyage, because this made history. It was the fastest ship on the ocean, but they couldn't get on. So Solo told me this a few years before he died. They came on a French ship called the McKendrick, and they came in August of 1912, and they arrived safely with Emil being their custodian, and they moved right in with my mother. So here's my mother with a brand new baby, Ina. She was, May, June, July, August, but baby 4 months old, and I am a little 2.5, and these 8-year-old boy and 12-year-old girl from Finland, and the 17-year-old nephew. So my mother's got a great big family, and she has only been married since November of 1909. But my mother was that kind of a person. She could just take in a whole bunch of people, and it didn't matter if there were 2 people at the table or 10. She was that kind of a person.
What part of town did you live in Winona?
Oh, we lived in Finntown.
Finntown.
That mining town was a central location, was gray houses, siding, 2-story, and they were all the same. You could tell that they were remember that old song about that company taking all your money? All those houses looked the same, and they all paid rent to the mining company. And then when you started moving away, we had to cross a little dam. And Mr. Sepinen owned a little store. And this little dam here with just a little bit of water underneath that bridge, and then just a little tiny little waterfall on this side. But it was called Seppi's Dam. So you crossed the bridge over Seppi's Dam, and then just about maybe a short walk, you were in Finntown, and you came to our house. It was a great big. It had been a boarding house, a big 2-story house, red with white trim on it, and a lot of copper miners used to live there because these were single men, and they came into this town to have a job, and they had to live in a boarding house. And they always had a big table like that, and the table was always set for from 15 to 20 men. Boarding houses were quite popular at that time. There weren't any motels or hotels or anything like that. And so people had to take over. And then my father worked in the mines, and my father was always a person who, I think in many ways he should have been a doctor, because he always liked to take care of cuts and bruises and whatever happened to people. And
so he was basically a miner, but then he did...
Basically a miner, but, and he massaged people. My mother did too. They learned how to be a masseuse. You have to take a course here, and you have to be accepted, get a license. You can't just be a masseuse. But in Winona, Michigan, people used to come to our house. They'd make appointments, and my mother would massage people, and they used some kind of different kinds of oils. Analgesic balm is one ointment that my father used. When anybody in town got a cut or anything, came over to Wicklund's. Mr. Wicklund's going to fix it. I can remember a girl. I was about 12 years old, and this girl was about 8 or 9. And Lake Roland was about 1.5 miles or so. We used to always walk that 1.5 miles to go swimming. We couldn't just go to a beach. We had to walk to get to the beach. This Irene was on the beach with her sisters, and she stepped on half of the bottom of a Coke bottle. And that way became embedded. It was sharp. It embedded in her heel. And that girl walked around for a whole week with that horrible chunk of glass in her heel, and she was walking on tiptoe, and it was bandaged. The whole thing was bandaged. Then the day came. They were bringing Irene over to Wicklund's. Mr. Wicklund was going to remove it. And before they came, my mother had the tea kettle boiling. We had to have a wood fire in the stove. We didn't have gas or electric or anything. She got a roaring fire on that summer day in our wood-burning stove. The tea kettle was just whistling away, and another big kettle, and my mother put knives in there. They were paring knives, and my father is going to cut that thing out of that, because it had started to grow around it. And I was the kind that fainted. I saw a little blood, but I was just done for. And I got to the farthest corner of our yard. We had a great big yard. My mother was all ready with sterile towels, but I can remember the tea kettle and that other big kettle just boiling. You had to have sterile water and sterile instruments. They did. They were following hospital procedure so that there was no infection. And that girl had to have that thing pried out of her heel because it had started to grow around it. And she screamed and she hollered, and I'm in our yard with my ears plugged, and I don't know what to do with myself. I suppose I could have walked down the road, but I was just as miserable as that girl was, really. And finally, the yelling stopped. They got that great big chunk of glass out of her heel. And then my mother took over as a nurse, and she cleaned out, and she had all those sterile rags, white rags, all sterile. That girl did not get an infection. And then my father bandaged it as tight as he could. We had adhesive tape. And she walked tiptoe And she would come over and my father would change the dressings on it. No infection. That was just remarkable. I often wonder if Irene she must have had a bad scar.
Did he do this on the kitchen table?
I have no idea. I wasn't in the kitchen. I was as far as I could. I'm trying to figure out if she would almost have to be face down on the kitchen table, wouldn't she? Because it was the back of her, it was in her heel. The heck?
Okay, just for the record, how many brothers and sisters do you have?
My mother and father had, let's see, me, Ina, Victoria. Victoria had a twin, but it died at 18. She was a preemie too. But these are the living ones. Me, Ina, Victoria, my sister May, my brother Herb, and my sister Helen. There were 5 girls and 1 boy.
And then there was...
And then there were, we always referred to our half-sister as Big Helen. Because, I have to tell you, there was a horrible malaria that killed. It was Spanish influenza, and it was in 19. And Helen was 18 years old, a couple days before Christmas. But she had gone to Minneapolis, Minnesota, to live with my aunt, the same aunt that I came to live with. And she was working at the Monsignor, and she had been here already for about an hour, a year. And then that Spanish influenza epidemic hit, and Helen came down with it, and it was the last week of January of 1919. And she had washed her hair, and after that she caught cold. She came down with Spanish influenza. And I'll never forget the day that letter. We didn't have telephones or anything. When that letter came in the mail from my aunt to my mother, and I was standing right there when my mother opened that letter. And my mother was always called Fino, from Serafina. She was always Fino. She says, Rakas means dear, Rakas Fino. In Finnish, she said, we buried Helen yesterday. She had died of that influenza, and you had to bury them quick so that the malaria wouldn't, or that epidemic wouldn't escape. And my mother started to cry. My mother loved that girl like she was her own child. Now, this was in January 26, 1919. Oh, my mother was sick, and we were crying that we lost Helen. But my mother was expecting a new baby in May. And my mother, we were just glad that she didn't lose this one, but she was just heartbroken. And those months went by, and we kept busy with our schoolwork, and you know how kids are. Let's see, how old was I then? I was 8. I was going to be 9 then in September 1919. Then when May came on, and I saw that, my mother was real skinny. She was a skinny lady, and all of a sudden, I thought to myself, but I didn't say anything because I didn't know about things. I just thought my mother was getting fat. But my mother's getting fat. She was expecting my youngest sister. When my mother said this, she said, if that new baby is a girl, she's going to be called Helen, and in commemoration of Big Helen. And my mother was a nurse, and she just loved everything about Florence Nightingale. And she is the one who started the nursing profession. So this girl was named Helen Florence Wicklund. And I can remember when she was just a baby, and I had a bed pillow on my arms, and I was sitting close to our wood-burning stove in the kitchen. There's a nice warm spot there. The hot water reservoir was right there. It was like a little radiator. And I'm holding that baby. I just love that baby. Nobody else could take care of her but me. I just had to have her all the time. And I'm calling her Florence. And my mother's getting supper ready, and I said, oh, Florence, don't cry like that. My mother came up to me and she said, why are you calling her Florence? I said, that one, I named the neighbor. She said, that neighbor said if we call her Helen, she's going to die just like our big sister did. My mother said, you get that idea out of your head right now. She's going to live. So she was Helen after. But isn't it funny how people can scare little ones? She was Helen. And I really raised that when it was. My mother was busy with all the other kids. When it was time to put little Helen to bed, she had to be fed special. I fed her. I gave her a bottle. I took her upstairs. I changed her diaper. I put her little nightie on, and I laid beside her, and then just stroked her and made sure that when she finished her bottle, then she was sound asleep. Then I made sure she was covered. Only then did I go out to play. But nobody could take care of that baby but me. She was my baby.
When you were growing up in Winona, who were some of your neighbors? The neighbors that you knew really well?
Yeah, in back of it, they were all Finnish people. Right in back of us was a family by the name of Leppänen. And Leppänen and Matt Leppänen, and I'm trying to think of whatever. Helmi is the Finnish way of saying pearl. Helmi means like pearls. Anyway, they had all the houses, we were all in quarantine. And they had diphtheria over at Lepänen's, and we weren't supposed to go over there to see that baby, that little girl's body, because the germs were all over. We got a little man by the name of John. He was the watchman, and he sat on the bank there so that not any of the Wicklund kids would go over to Lepänen's to see that. We stuck on our bellies under the deep grass, and we went in back of our house and across the field, and little John didn't know that we were there, and we saw that little child in that white coffin, and we were exposed to all those germs, and then we crawled back, and he didn't know. Then, we didn't have a doctor in town or anything, and then, let's see, and then Finnish names. I'll say it in Finn, and then I'll tell you how it was spelled, pronounced in Mäki. When you have a J, like Kataja means J, Katajamäki. In English, it was Kajamäki. They made it like a CH, like Kajam. And they had two boys, Elmer and Toivo. And Elmer and I were the same age, and we used to like to play a lot of games. And so here was the Wicklund house, here was the Lepänens, and here was the Kajamäki's house. We were in a line there, and then right over here was central location, and the Lammies were there, and Timmy Lammy, and Wilma Lammy was my good friend. She and I were pudgy little kids. So Wilma and I were together all the time. And then across Seppi's Dam was Mamie Soini. She was another one. But we were all just real good friends.
Was the entire city of Winona or town of Winona, was it all Finnish?
Oh, heavens no. We went to school with the Dragoviches and the Yakoviches and the Chops. And once a year they would come, the priest would come once a year to our town. And we were solid Lutheran. But that priest would come, and they would have confessions in the auditorium of the school, and all the Dragoviches and the Yakoviches, they all went over to the school for.
Will you continue?
Anyway, all the Croatian, and they all went over to school to hear so the priest could hear their confession, and we were all curious. What do you have to tell the priest? We didn't know anything about that, but it was there weren't any riots or anything like that. We got along just beautifully in that, but long after that, beer was allowed to come in, 3.2 beer. But people were moonshining. They had stills in the.
Now, was this the Croatians or the Finns who were?
No, I didn't know of any Finns that did it.
Oh.
That'll be coming up.
Okay. Okay. There's two things I'd like you to talk about. And one is the Finns are known for their saunas. Did you have a sauna?
Oh, that is really something. That was the social part of our life, that sauna. We used to have to go to somebody else's, and that's what they used to do. So my father was really my father was a handyman. He built a sauna. He figured that the Wicklunds have got to have a sauna. After all, with 6 kids, there were 8 of us that would have to take baths every week, and it was costing too much. You have to pay to go to somebody else's. So my father built a sauna, and I can remember we were helping him find these great big stones, and he put a fireplace in there, and then but the firebox so that you could put big chunks of wood in there. And so when there were big stones on the top, and then like when he would fire, he had to make 2 rooms. And this was the sauna room, the steam room. And then, but when you first came in, you came into the dressing room, and he put some built-in benches along the side, and then my mother put some rag rugs on the floor so we wouldn't get slivers off of that bare wood floor. So it was all covered with her homemade rag rugs. And then right over here was a window, and on the dressing room side was a shelf, and on that shelf was a little oil kerosene lamp. But when you lit that, then the light went into the steam room, because a kerosene lamp has to have air, and with all the steam in there, the light in the lamp would have gone out. When you opened the door and went into the steam room and you closed the door, there was enough light in there to see what you were doing, getting water out of that real big tub that was on top of that square fireplace, great big dipper, and then you had a wash basin. My father had put up, he put a bench, just an ordinary bench along the one side there. And then if you wanted to get on the second one, you had to step up. You got up here, and then if you want to get on, the top one was wide like that. You could lay up there and really steam yourself. You could be a lobster. And then he also piped water in there, so that when we came out of the dressing room into the steam room, there was a pipe just sticking up out of the floor, and then with a little hook, and then a faucet on it, and a galvanized wash tub was here, and it was full of cedar balls. My father made us go out into the woods and pick all these cedar balls, and then when we came home, we made bundles out of them. And then we used twine, not a wreath or anything, but just maybe about 4 or 5 of those things together. And then the branch wasn't too big like that, but the whole thing was maybe about this long. And we put twine around that and tightened it real good with a couple knots. And then we put those bunches of cedar balls in that cold water. So I'll tell you what we did with those when we washed. Anyhow, when you were ready to go into the sauna, you took your clothes off in the dressing room, and you are on these rag rugs. Now you came onto a wooden floor, but boy was it hot in there, man alive. And a lot of people wanted it hotter. So Ina and Marcella and us gals would go in there, and we'd wear our little panties when we went in there. And then we had wash basins, and we had bar ivory soap so it would float. And so then if we wanted it hotter, someone said, we want some more steam. So they take that dipper, and they'd pour more water on top of those stones on top of the thing. And it would sizzle like when you boil something on the stove and it sizzles like that, and it would create more steam. Then we just sit on these benches, different levels, and we all had our own washcloths and basins, and then we'd suds ourselves up. And then we'd take one of these cedar, after we were all sudsed up, take one of these cedar balls and shake the excess water, and we'd hit ourselves with them. And we had a nice cedar smell. Oh, nice green, like a lotion. And sometimes there'd be a little bit of cedar clinging to our skin. We'd have to pull that out. But were we clean? And our cheeks were so red, and we were really clean. My mother said, you don't ever get clean in a bathtub, because in the summertime, when you become in, you just do this to your skin, and that dirt would just roll off of you. My mother said, you don't ever get clean unless you go to a sauna. It was just like their religion.
So what was the social part of the sauna then?
The social part of the sauna was families would come to the Wicklunds. The whole family would want to take a bath. If there's a family in there already, our kitchen was a waiting room. We would talk about the neighborhood and everything. Then when that family came in, this one went in. And then my mother had a great big coffee pot, and here's the deal. They used to charge 10 cents for grown-ups and a nickel for kids. So my mother got maybe 25, 35 cents, but she'd give each of the kids a cookie or something, and the people had a cup of coffee and some cardamom sweet roll that she had made. So this was the social part. They were going to Wicklund sauna, and they were going to have coffee afterwards. There was the social life right there. That was their Saturday night doings. When I think of it, we didn't have any money, but our life was pleasant. And we had good relations with our neighbors. And as kids, just to be funny, we would talk Finn to each other. And it would really, because we were bilingual. My mother could speak Finnish very well and Swedish very well. She was bilingual. It didn't matter which language you spoke in. But she picked up English from us kids. And when we would, I'd come in to the house and I'd talk to my mother in Finnish, and I'd have we always had a cup of coffee and zwieback. We used to buy zwieback by the barrel as a cinnamon toast. And I'd sit there at the kitchen table and I'd be talking Finn to my mother. And then if my sister Ina came home from school, I'd say, well, what did you do in school today? Not even realizing that we are speaking two languages all the time. We're bilingual all the time. And then my mother would say something to me, and then I'd say, yo means yes in Finnish. Yo! I talk Finn to my mother. Turn around and talk English to Ina, or which I didn't know whether I was speaking Finnish or English. But if one of us kids called, if I said to my sister Ina, oh, you're crazy, my mother said, now listen, you got to stop that kind of talk. She understood enough English. She was really smart. She was right on her toes. She said, you're not talking like that around here, she said. That's a bad word.
Did your parents encourage your learning English?
There were citizens, and my father never went for his first papers. You had to apply for your first citizenship papers, and then when you applied for those, then you had to go through a test to get your second papers. Oh, the goal in life for all those people was to get the second papers. Hey, when I was in high school, I was teaching citizenship classes to those Finnish people. They wanted to get their papers. I would go over to the section foreman's house, and we'd have several people there, and we would talk about the civic makeup of our government and all that. And I was teaching those people, and they just loved it. And when my mother got her citizenship papers, she spoke English in a kind of a broken way. And I asked her one time, I said, what kind of questions did the judge ask you when you went for your second papers? They asked me what kind of a government we have. And this is what my mother said, the three branches of the government: the executive, the legislative, and the elective. Judicial. Those three came out of her. She knew what the government was all about. My father never went, but my mother went. And then when she got older, she got an old age pension. She was living with my sister Victoria in the San Francisco area. She was getting $100 a month from the government, from Michigan.
Okay. If we could go back to Winona now, there was another important event in your life and that you always told me about, and that was when you were struck by lightning.
Oh,
what happened?
That happened. Wait a minute now. That didn't happen in Winona. Oh, wait a minute now. I was 5 years old. Yes, I guess it must have happened in Winona. I was 5 years old, and I was playing in the front yard. And the yard kind of sloped. It had a gentle slope down toward the road, but there was a fence here, and the barn was here and everything. And I was playing out there, and when my mother heard the thunder, she found me lying face down on the lawn. And boy, she ran out there and carried me in, and she said I was as stiff as a board. And she said, my mother was a masseuse. She said she massaged me for a whole hour to get me loosened up. And if they had known then what they know now, this wouldn't have happened. But they didn't notice anything different about me at all, nothing. But this eye is a dead eye. When I close this eye, I can see you, but I could never recognize you. I can't recognize you either, and I can't recognize you. But I could drive a car because I can see both hands equally well. I've got peripheral vision.
Now, which eye are you talking about?
I'm talking about this one.
Which eye? Right or left?
Oh.
The machine. This isn't television.
This isn't visual.
No.
This is audio. I'm glad you're insistent. It makes the rest of this believable.
We're believing it.
It's my right eye that is called a dead eye. I can't read with it. I can see my hand, and when I go to have my eyes tested, I can see that big E up there, but it always seems like there's a little bit of a black spot connected with it, but I know that it's an E. Sometimes I can see the D and the G, but not too clear. But this eye does all of my seeing, and they say that whichever eye is the strongest, you radiate that way. And I find myself doing things. My left hand is a little bigger than my right. My left foot's a little bigger. I just want to go that way.
You walk to the left.
Heavens, no,
Well,
that would mean that I had too much wine.
Can you tell us something about the early school?
Oh, Miss Buttermeyer was my kindergarten teacher in Winona, and us little 5-year-olds, Finnish kids, didn't know how to came to me. And then I saw all the school records in there, and at this age, I found out it was Buttermeyer, not butter. And when I was in the second grade, my teacher was Miss Lee, and I can remember my 2 cousins from Mass City. These were my mother's sister's girls, Mary Lindgren and Toyney, Antoinette Castron. That was their married names, but their Finnish names were Tude and Toyney. Tune and Toyney. And Tune was the old one, and older one. She was like 18, and Toyney was 16. And those 2 gals and me came to Minneapolis on the train to visit my aunt, the one that I lived with when I graduated from high school. And when we got off, we were on that train overnight. It was at the Soo Line, you know the Soo Line depot downtown? That's the depot that we came into. And my aunt and uncle met us, and my aunt had a hold of my hand. And I'm standing on the sidewalk there, looking at all these tall buildings, and you can imagine this 5-year-old from the country, just aghast at all she's seeing. Everything is up so high. And Tuna came up to me and she said, "Shut your mouth." I'm 6 years old. I shut my mouth and kept looking.
Now, how many brothers and sisters did your mother have?
Oh, my mother had a twin brother that I think he might have even outlived my mother. They only lived about 14 miles apart. My Uncle Gus was her twin brother. She had an older sister named Hilda. See, now don't forget, I never met any of these. But there was a Hilda. Oh, and the third girl was, I'm trying to think of her name. I think her name was Ina, and my sister Ina was named after her. She married a Russian general, and she moved to the Bolshevik, and the communists weren't in or anything like that at that time. But she married an army officer in the Russian army, and after she married him, nobody ever saw her again. She just...
They were still living in Finland?
In Finland. This was all in Finland.
How many moved to the United States?
Oh, then, there was my mother's sister Hilda. She stayed there. Oh, yeah, and then my mother's sister Ida. And she moved to Mass City, Michigan, and she was the mother of the Toyney and Tune and those kids. And then, my mother's half-brother, Gustav Wilman, their name was Wilman, and my mother Mary's Wicklund. So there was Hilda, and there was Ida, and there was John came, my mother's twin brother Gustav, and John, and I think there was another one. There were I think there were about 5 or 6. And when I went to Finland on a tour with Anne's mother, back in 1981, I met some of my relatives, and they pulled me in, and they said that my mother, one of my mother's sisters wanted to come to America, but she said Mama and Papa wouldn't have had any family because they were all in America, and they never saw them again. So that one daughter stayed with her family. But it was like dying. And this is what happened to all the emigres when they moved from Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland. They were all coming to the United States because the streets were paved with gold. We had jobs over here. That's what they were all looking for.
When your father came, did he come strictly to find work, or was there other
Yes.
were there other reasons? Was he running from the army or
No,
anything like that?
It was always work. It was always working to make a living. And when my father was married the first time, he crossed the Atlantic Ocean 5 times to see his family. And
what skills did he have?
he was a blacksmith.
Blacksmith.
He shoed horses.
Oh.
And he was an excellent carpenter. He did a lot of building, but he built that sauna for us. Didn't cost us anything. The labor was all free.
Yeah.
He was really a handyman, really. But let's see, I'm trying to think of what. I don't think there were any improvements in the house. Our house was a big boarding house.
Before we go on to that, what about brothers and sisters of your father? We've talked about your mother.
My father's, I don't know too much about them. I know he had a sister. I have to say this. Finland was under Swedish rule for about 600 years. And then in Finland became free. Finland was under Russian rule a lot, under the czars. They were never a free country because they were right there. The Gulf of Bothnia separates Finland from Russia. And the czars ruled, when my mother was living there, they were under Russian rule. Then now in 1918, Finland had a chance to be free. They had been under Swedish rule. And Germany came to help Finland. And Germany helped Finland to be free for the first time in hundreds of years. Finland is a free country now. And my mother, I tell you, that day was a happy one for my mother when we were living in Winona and Finland got their freedom. And this is why the Finnish people have been so grateful to the German people. That was a great thing. My mother impressed that on us. And guess what happened with all of us kids? I married a German. Ina married a German. My brother married a German girl. And when those girls were so surprised when you were in Germany that he had a Finnish mother, we're not nationalities anymore. We're just together. We're just one, like we are in the United States. We're melting pots.
Do you remember how you celebrated Christmas?
Oh, that was important. Always on Christmas Eve, we had the old traditions. Lutefisk.
Oh.
But anyhow, Dolly and I had lutefisk at King Oscar's a couple of nights ago.
What is lutefisk?
Lutefisk is some kind of a cod, and it's salted, and it looks like a board. I think you could even whip a horse with it. But you have to soak it. And there's lye connected with it some way. But it's like when it was on our plates, it's like a heap of clear jelly. There were 2 schools of thought on how you're supposed to serve it. One school says cream sauce on top, made with butter. The other school says nothing but melted butter. So when we were at King Oscar's at the hub, Dolly and I, Dolly's a German and she likes lutefisk better than I do. But anyhow, we ordered one big order because you can't eat the one big order. So we split it. They gave us an extra plate. So guess what? The waitress came with 2 little containers. One had butter and one had cream sauce in it. And then anyhow, we did a pretty good job on that. And then you had a special kind of bread. They brought that ahead of time, and we ate the bread before the lutefisk came.
Now this never ended up in fisticuffs or anything as to the cream sauce or the butter or makeup.
No. And with a lot of people in Nokomis Square, there's mostly Scandinavians there, we get to talking about stuff like that. And the differences are, we always have melted butter.
What else did you do at Christmas?
And then I didn't even know what a cranberry looked like. We always had lingonberries, because that's what they had in the old country, lingonberries. Now you go to King Oscar's. This is a Scandinavian type restaurant.
Can you go back to what?
Lingonberries is always with the boiled potatoes and the lutefisk and the cream sauce and the lingonberries. And we always had, we didn't have rye crisp, we had hardtack.
Is this the kind that would you let it soak?
Oh, but it was good. And then our dessert. Oh, here, this was a tradition. My mother always made a great big rice pudding, and there was only one almond put into that pudding, only one. And whoever, after we were all through with the lutefisk and everything, and now it was time for that rice pudding to be served. My mother brought all the dishes out and the big casserole of pudding, and it was all dished up to everybody, and we all wondered who was going to get that almond that was in there. And if that person was of marriageable age, then that person, they said, was going to be married that year. It was just a fun thing.
Did you give gifts? Did you have gift giving?
We always opened our gifts at Christmas. Somebody always dressed up as Santa Claus and came in. And my older brother would do that. And we had a Christmas tree that had the candles on. But Scandinavians always open up their gifts on Christmas Eve. They don't wait till, we thought it real strange to have to wait till this morning to open your gifts.
When did you put the tree up?
The tree went up usually like the day before, but never any earlier. And and that was a nice ceremony, going out into the woods and picking out your own tree. We had a white horse named Archibald.
Yes.
My father took us out, and
sounds like a German horse.
What did you do with Archibald?
And he took us into the woods, so we didn't have to walk. And he just stood there while my father and I picked out the best tree. And he had a hatchet and he cut the tree down. And he had some kind of a little cart on the back. And we dragged it home. We couldn't put it in the wagon because the wagon was full of kids. And the horse went out.
Now, did you have candles on the tree?
Always candles. And a lot of times, we never, excuse me, we never used the living room because we didn't heat that. So we always closed the door. But we had a heater in the dining room, and it was shaped like an oil drum lying on its side, but it had a lot of chrome on it. It was really pretty, and that thing threw a lot of heat. And then there was a register in the ceiling, so that middle room upstairs was really warm because the warm air went up there. And so we were always, the tree was in the dining room, and sometimes the tree was so close to the dining room table that the tablecloth started to burn. We had to watch that carefully. And
did you light the candles just on Christmas, or did you do
just on Christmas, yeah. We couldn't take a chance on lighting it. The candles, they're only about that big, and you wanted them to look fresh. You didn't want them to be half burned on Christmas. And then we had to take the tree down a couple days after Christmas, not the next day or anything. We had it for maybe about 3 or 4 days because the needles started dropping, and we had to be very careful about getting that out of the house. But I liked all the old traditions.
If your family was religious, what kind of religious ceremonies were there? Was there church to go to?
No, my father would just conduct something. And in fact, this is what would happen. If the minister was asked to come once a month or so, but depending on the snow, and he always stayed at our house. And we didn't have a church, but we had a town hall, and the men and the boys sat on this side, and the women and the girls sat on this side, and we had a great big wood-burning stove up in front, so some of the men had to go over there a couple hours early to get that town hall warmed up. But a lot of times when there was a lot of snow and the minister couldn't come, Guess what? My father conducted the services, and I can still see him. I have to tell you how he walked up there. Like, here's all, let's say that all the people are here, and he's up in front, and here's my father. He's in the very middle of the room like this, and then he starts to preach. And then he puts his hands behind here, and he keeps on talking, and he walks over here, and then he turns around, and then he walks all the way over here. So all the while that he's walking, he's talking. He's not looking at the people, but he's just looking straight ahead, because he doesn't have anything written down. It's all out of his head.
It's December 23rd, and I'm interviewing my mom, Margaret Kline, about some of what her childhood was like. Can you tell me about how you celebrated Christmas as a child?
Yes. My father would go out into the woods, or maybe my older brother, my half-brother, they would go out into the woods and cut their own tree, and sometimes us kids went along, and I remember one year we had this white horse, Archibald, and my father, he disconnected the wagon, and he just had the harness, and we went out into the woods, and we came back, and we cut a tree, and then they tacked it onto that harness, and we were able to drag it. He had something on the bottom to protect the tree, but it was dragged home, and we were so excited about a Christmas tree being put up like on the 24th, never earlier than the 24th, and we had to use clamp-on candle holders, and we had a lot of the shiny balls and stuff that the kids had made. So the tree was really pretty, and it always had a star on the top. And we didn't get much in the line of Christmas presents, but that package that came from Minneapolis, from Aunt Mia, my aunt and uncle in Minneapolis, my mother's youngest sister. Oh, I tell you that the kids in our neighborhood thought that the Wicklund kids were the luckiest kids, because they always got a big package from Minneapolis. And my father had built a temporary closet in the back in what was our living room. It was a framework, and it had a bar for the hanging clothes, because so many times the minister came and stayed at our house when he came from out of town. We were hosts to the minister. He had to have some place to hang his clothes. So the living room, we had what they called a Murphy bed that opened up. Otherwise, it was just like a big brown metallic cabinet, and it had a nice design on the front. But then you opened it up, and it opened up into a double bed. And the Christmas package was always put on the top of that bed. And then we went to the town hall. We never had a church. We didn't have a church there, but we had a town hall, and the men in the congregation had erected a Christmas tree and lit that up, and they got the old wood burner stove going, so it had to be heated. And they decorated there was a stage there, and us kids would sing Christmas carols. Somebody played the organ, just a pedal organ. And so there was always a lot of music and a lot of get-togethers with family and friends. It was a community type thing, because the town was small, and we had to create our own excitement. And then this cousin of mine who brought my half-sister and half-brother over when they tried to book passage on the Titanic, he had married a girl from Winona, and Emil and Jenny, every time that she was expecting, the baby never lived. It was either stillborn. She had several pregnancies, and one time, and my mother was the midwife and took care of her, and I can remember one time Jenny was carrying that baby for the longest time, but then she miscarried, and the baby lived for a couple hours, and then it died. And we always felt so sorry for them, but they were always part of our family. And we didn't exchange gifts we always opened up our package that we got from Minneapolis. Those were the only gifts that we got. My mother she used to buy, when she had money, she would buy small dolls like that. And then and they would just have a little dress on them. And then we would take scraps of fabric after Christmas and make clothes for those dolls. But we had to do with so little, but we were just so satisfied and happy to get anything. Nobody had big ideas about how much you should have, but we did a lot of carol singing at home. And we had people come over to our house. Was like the hub of the town because we had the sauna and they all got clean going over to Wicklund's. And you know, my father would preach to them after they came out of the sauna. My mother would serve them coffee and coffee bread. And then my father would get the Bible out and read to them. The cares were being taken care of in every way. And then when somebody was sick, where did they come? They came to Wicklund's. And my father was a great believer in analgesic balm. That was for all the cold infections and stuff. But it didn't matter what anybody had wrong with them. They came to Wicklund's.
Okay.
And when there was a new baby expected somewhere, contacted Mrs. Wicklund. She was the midwife. Our family there was always people in our family. It was like, and it was when you came from the depot and you had to walk almost, not quite a quarter of a mile into the town, the very first house that you saw was this big 2-story, formerly a boarding house. It was painted red with white trim, windows, frames, and door frames. Everything was white, and it was really a pretty house, and it was a stately-looking house. And
let me stop you there. I'm getting some interference, and I want to do a tape check here. Okay, I'm wondering about other holidays that you celebrated. Did you celebrate traditional holidays other than American holidays?
Oh, as I said, Midsummer, June the 24th, was the only one that I can really think of as meaning a lot to the Scandinavian people. And there were a lot of Scandinavians, there were lots of Finnish people and Swedish people. But other than that, they adopted the American way. My mother had this feeling too, we're in a new world and we have to go according to what goes on here. And I have to tell you this little incident. She had to learn to speak English. She was fluent in Finnish and fluent in Swedish. Boy, she could really rattle that off. And Marcella, the Klines lived in the depot, and when Marcella would come to work, go to school, she'd stop in and pick me up. And then we had a little ways to go. We had to go across that little bridge across that Peace Dam and get over to school. But Marcella and I always went to school together, never dreaming that we'd be sister-in-laws someday. And so Marcella came in. We always walked home for lunch. And she stopped at our house to pick me up at the afternoon session. So she sat in the kitchen, and my mother was having a little to-do with my half-brother. He was never obedient like the rest of us kids were, because he was older. He was about 8 or 9 years older than I was, and I was the oldest of my mother's family. And so Marcella was sitting there by the door while I'm getting my coat on and my overshoes. We used to call them Arctics, like from the Arctic Circle. My mother was talking English because, for Marcella's benefit, she didn't want to talk Finn in front of Marcella to Sue, and so he was giving her a rough time. And Marcella started laughing at something my mother said, and she fell on the floor. My mother says to my brother, "For why you talk me back?"
Did your parents encourage reading?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. There was one thing my mother had, I think I told you yesterday, my mother had a goal in life. The boys never went to high school, But my mother had these 5 girls and my brother Herb. She said, every one of my children are going to have a high school education. And by the time Herb was 6 years younger than I, but by that time, the people had begun to let some of the boys go on to high school, and that they were even beginning to have basketball games with the neighboring schools, the neighboring towns, not the neighboring schools, but the towns. Mm-hmm. Every town had a high school, and it got to be a big thing to be having these schedules. And by the time my younger sisters, Victoria and May and my brother Herb, were in school, that was a big deal in that area. Boy, you just thought the president was coming to town. It was, and I'm so glad, because there was nothing else, but that basketball was just wonderful. And we did, as far as summer activities, we had one big activity, berry picking. My father would get up early in the morning, and my mother would have a great big kettle of porridge ready for us, and we would eat we never had orange juice, but we never had rickets, but we ate an awful lot of tomatoes. So our diet might have sounded like it was lacking in a lot of nutrients, but we were healthy kids. We didn't need a doctor. There was no doctor in town, and we never needed one. Yeah. And minor cuts, my father took care of those. But when it was raspberry time, this is what we did without my father, because the raspberries grew thick and heavy in our area. My mother all the women in that area always bought their lard, their shortening, in a 5-pound pail. And when those 5-pound pails, it had a bale on it, and when the shortening was empty, they saved the pails. And then, when it was berry picking time, we took a piece of twine or something, or a belt, and tied it to that, and tied it around our waist. We were all set to go berry picking. And when we just went in the neighborhood, and raspberries grew thick and heavy. And before you knew it, our pails were full. And we didn't dare mash them, because they have to stay whole. You know how a raspberry grows, it's got that little center. Yeah. And then my mother would can them. And so we would bring the berries home, and then she took care of the canning. And then we'd come home for lunch. This was during the vacation, summer vacation. Come home for lunch and just a little bit, and then go right back for like an afternoon session. And there would be tall grass where some of these bushes were, and bears had laid it. And bears trudged around in that area. And sometimes we saw them, but they never molested us. We were really close to nature in so many ways.
I'm going to stop here. Okay, we're back on tape again. What kind of things did you read when you were growing up?
Well, we had a nice library at our school, and I can remember reading books for girls.
You remember what was your favorite book?
Oh, my very favorite, and still is today, is Anne of Green Gables. And it was written by a lady in Canada, and the whole story is set in this Canadian town. And I tell you, I was just so taken with Anne that there was a sequel that had been printed. So we read the sequel too. Now she was a school teacher, but it was nice to read that. But there were Bobbsey twins and things like that, Campfire Girl books, and whatever they had. And I think we read just about all those books. We didn't get any magazines in our house, but I tell you what, my brother used to get those pulp Western magazines, and when I had to go upstairs to make his bed, I'd make his bed, and I'd take one of those, I'd sit on the bed, and I'd read those Blood and Thunder magazines. Oh, I read a lot of those, and my mother didn't know I was polluting my mind with that.
What about music? Was there music in your house?
Always. We had a pump organ. We had a pump, and my mother had, there were some music sheets there that we took some lessons from some of people that gave lessons, and not too many, but so that we could read notes, and then we could play church hymns. And we'd have a lot of times the church meeting would be at our house because there was too much snow to get over to the town hall to get heated. It had to be heated. There was a wood burner stove in there. Everybody came to Wicklund's, and then we had the organ, and my sister Ina would play the organ, Victoria would play the organ, and the people would sing. It was just. And then when the Klines moved in, I tell you, when they moved into the depot, this was about in 1924. Freeman, the youngest Kline, was 4 years old, and he had to wait 1 year before he could even start kindergarten. But this was in, let's see, he was 4 years old when they moved in 1924. He was born in 1920, and Mrs. Kline, they lived in the depot. There was an apartment upstairs for the family, but the depot was a long building, and this was the waiting room for women, this was the waiting room for men, and the telegraph office was in the middle. And the Klines took that first waiting room and used it for a recreation room. And they were way ahead of their time. And the Kline piano went down there. It was a golden oak piano, a Meister piano made in Germany. And but the people in our town were just dumbfounded how well Mrs. Kline could play. She was like a concert pianist. And she would play, and then all the kids, all the girls in that town had to have music lessons. My mother couldn't even afford it, but she didn't want us to be lacking in anything, and that they were charging, like Mrs. Kline was charging $1.50 for an hour, and Marcella was charging $1. And Marcella always had money to buy candy on the way to school because she was teaching music, and we'd stop at the store, the general store, on our way to school, and she'd buy a big O. Henry candy bar. Oh, she was buying 10-cent bars, and the rest of us could only afford nickel ones. She'd get this big one, and then she'd divide it with me, so we'd be eating that. And I was so envious of Marcella because she had cash, and I never had any money. I had no money at all. But she was, when she would give me piano lessons, we did a lot of talking. But my mother paid her the 50 cents or whatever it was, and so that we could read notes. And do you know that out of those simple little piano exercises that we had to do, we just loved music, and we could play. We were trying to play by ear too, and my one sister was pretty good at playing by ear. My sister Helen, my youngest sister, when she was in the kitchen and someone would press a note, she knew what note it was. Oh. She had what they call perfect pitch, and she never missed. What note was this? And she would tell it, and it was. But the rest of us didn't have that. But every one of us gals learned to play the piano. And Victoria got so good that she could play the organ at her church in California when she grew up. And Ina was good too. And years later, my brother Herb had a guitar, and Ina would play the piano, and my brother Herb would play the guitar. And that music sounded good. Yeah. But my mother wanted us to have everything that the other kids had.
Sure. What was the name of your school? Do you remember? Elementary school and then high school?
It was all in one building. And like when you came into the front, you had to climb up some steps, a nice and impressive entry. Then when you came into the building itself, the kindergarten was the very first room on the right. And when you were through with kindergarten, you just moved to the next room, and that was the first grade. And now when you were through with first grade, now you moved across the hall. That was a big day when we could move across the hall to the third grade. And then the fourth grade And then the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th were all upstairs on the 2nd floor. And we were all in one big assembly room. The 7th grade would be here, and the 8th grade would be here. And the same teacher would teach. We always had to sing a hymn before school started, and to get the blessing for our work. And things were different then, and now it's so picky. Everybody is fussing about this, that, and the other thing. Nobody fussed about anything. Our parents wanted the kids to be in school. They did everything in their power to keep that school open. And I have to say that the teachers that we had were really good. They made us read library books, and we had to give reports on those books that we had read. And you got to know a lot of authors, and I had a hankering to read all the time. I just had to read, and I felt that's why I was reading all those westerns. I never told my mother that I was reading those wild things, and there were murders in there. And
were there any special teachers that you can remember?
Yeah, there was a Miss Burns. I remember one in the 3rd grade on the main floor. She was a gal from Hancock, Michigan. She was a city girl, and she fell in love with Harvey Bourbonnais. Now Bourbonnais were Catholic, and they just had that one son. And by golly, if she didn't marry Harvey Bourbonnais. Her name was Miss Tourville, Tourville, and I have never in my life had a teacher like that. She just hated the Finnish kids. And right in the front, and there were some Dragoviches, and there were some Yakoviches, and there were some Chops, Chopps. They were Croatians too. But she said, "You Finns, you roundheads." We were always called roundheads by the teacher in front of everybody.
So did you feel that there was kind of a prejudice against you?
Yeah, she had a lot of prejudice against the Finnish kids. She came from the city, and now she's got these country kids home too.
But the town was a mix, was it?
Oh, the town was a mix. Oh, yeah. Heavens, we got.
Did everyone get along okay?
Everybody got along. But it was only in the school that these teachers came up with this roundhead business. And I have to tell you, when I was in the 3rd grade, there was a gal right behind me that was having a little trouble with arithmetic. And I was about the second seat from the front. And she was right behind me. But she was a slow learner. And I could do my things fast, because the thing came easy. And she poked me with her pencil. And then I went like this, and when the teacher was looking, and she held out her hand, and she gave me a note. And so I grabbed that note. And the teacher saw me reach back. And boy, did she tell the kids in the class about somebody who's so sneaky in here. She doesn't want us to know what's going on. And I was the worst culprit that she ever taught. And I was innocent. I was reaching back to get the note to see what the note had to say. I did get to see what the note had to say, but I had to bring it up to the front of the room. The room said, the note said, "Could you give me the answers to this problem and this problem?" See? Yeah. And that teacher got a ruler. She slapped my hands 10 times as hard as she could in front of the whole room. And I was mortified, and my hands stung, but I didn't dare tell my mother, because I would have got it again. And I didn't want my mother to know. And I was innocent of the whole thing, but I just kept quiet.
Yeah. Oh, boy. And how old were you?
In the 3rd grade, let's see, you were 6 in the 1st, I was 8 years old.
Yeah.
But I was so glad when I finally got away from that teacher. She taught a couple of grades, And then when I got to go up to the second floor, to the fourth floor, oh, Miss Carrier was my teacher up there. She was as neat and nice and kind as anybody could be, a direct opposite of me.
And then can you tell us what happened then in the sixth grade? Was it the sixth or seventh grade when you were promoted?
Oh yes, this was in October. We had been to school had been in session for about a month and a half, and on that morning it was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the very first thing that the teacher said was, she called our name. She called Elma Hake, and then and I was going by my Finnish name, Helia Wicklund, and that the teacher said, "You three," right at 9 o'clock, "you three are wanted in the principal's office." Elma looked at me, and I looked at her, and my gosh, we thought, what in the world have we done? So the teacher said, "Would you please go to Miss Blendell's office?" So we got up and went, and everybody was staring at us. And when we got in there, Miss Blendell was sitting at her desk, and then they had those kind of desks that the arm was wide like that, like a student's desk. And she said, "You three be seated." And we were still puzzled, why we were there. I know that I'm repeating something because we did it.
Yeah.
But anyhow, the upshot was that we are now in the 7th grade.
Oh.
And when I came home for lunch that day, I told my mother, I said, I'm in the 7th grade. So that's why I graduated early.
And did you graduate from the high school then?
Yes. Yes. And there were only 3 of us. This Elma, there was a Louise Berker, and me. We were the only 3 that graduated in the senior class.
Okay.
And Louise Berker's parents were bootleggers, and they were going to send her to college, but the rest of them had the money.
Bootleggers.
And Louise was never very bright. And I have to tell you something that happened in my senior year. Did I tell you about that little Failston school out in the country?
No.
It was a one-room school, and the teacher there had become ill, and they would have had to close that school. My teacher told me that I think either she told me or the principal did, but regardless, I was told to go to the Failston school and teach school because the school would have to close. And there were about 10 or 12 children that were attending that school. It was a one-room school. And I was told to report at that school at 9 o'clock the following Monday morning. And so my mother packed some clothes for me. And Monday morning I went with my little bag. We'd had a lot of snow, and I couldn't walk on the highway. We didn't have highways, they were just roads. I had to go over to the railroad track, and I walked 1.5 miles down that railroad track. I left the house around 8 o'clock in the morning with my bag, and I got to Failston, and when I got there, the children were already in school, and someone had already gone out and got a pail of snow to melt for drinking water. And the boys, the 8th grade boys, had fired up the stove, so the place was warm. And I lived with a farm family. They had a farm, and they had 3 daughters. They had a loft for me to sleep in. This was a new house, but they built this loft. It was just a rough board stairway going up, and you could smell the lumber. I always liked coming into that house because it smelled of fresh lumber. And they had a single bed up there, and the other teacher, Miss Josephine Dowd, who had been teaching and was now ill, that's where she was rooming. I just took over her place. And every morning then, Mrs. Niemanen she'd have cereal and coffee, and I think that was about it. We never had toast or anything like that. And anyway, we had breakfast, and then we came home, and we'd have maybe a cup of soup and a sandwich, and go back to school again. And at the school, and Neiman's didn't live very far from the school, so it was just perfectly quiet. And then Mr. Neiman had a horse, and he had a plow, and he plowed the roads around there so that people could get through. And I stayed there for 2 weeks until she came back. And then, you know what they paid her? $100 a month. She got $90 for teaching and $10 for being a fireman, for being a janitor and firing the stove. And here I'm a senior in high school, and by golly, if the Board of Education didn't send me a check for $50, and that helped to buy my graduation dress and pay for my graduation pictures. I didn't do that till I got to Minneapolis with the pictures. But
did you want to be a teacher?
Yes.
And
the way they used to do it, a year before I graduated, you could, when you graduated from high school in June, you went to summer school for that summer, 2.5 months, and you were ready to teach that fall. And then I can remember my father saying that when I graduated in 1927, why, he said they don't let the girls teach just with that one summer's training. They have to go to college for 2 whole years. I can remember my dad saying that. And we didn't have the money for that.
No.
I graduated in June, and then my brother Solo had bought a new Ford coupe. It wasn't a coupe, not really. It was a sedan. But it was, in Finnish, they used to call it a glass cabinet, because it was all glass. But most people had the Tin Lizzies, and they just had those rubberized curtains that you would put on in case it was ready. You'd just have to snap them in place. This had windows that went up and down. Talk about class. And it had been arranged with my aunt in Minneapolis and my mother that I was coming to Minneapolis to find work. And Sulu had bought that car, and my mother came along, Sulu and my mother and me, and I'm just trying to think who else was in the car. It seemed like my father stayed home. And the last time that I ever saw my father was when I was getting into the car in the yard, and he was standing. We had a big open porch on our house, and the steps coming up. He was standing at the bottom of those steps. He was just standing there. We were never kissed, we were never hugged, nothing. And we just said, Hyvesti nyt. Hyvesti means goodbye now, that's all.
Was your father sick at that point?
Yeah, he eventually had pernicious anemia. That's what killed him. But he had been a blacksmith in Finland, and my mother said he had to hold those heavy plates that they had to use with, and they were either too hot or too cold, I forget just which way, but it affected his digestive system, and he was always ailing.
What year did he die?
He died in the Christmas of, I came here in 1927, and he died, I think it was Christmas 1928.
Okay. Where was he buried?
He was buried in Ann Arbor, Michigan. He was like a welfare patient. That anemia affected his mind, so he was in Newberry. And Newberry is where people who are unbalanced were.
Oh.
And he died in Newberry. And then, being that he was a ward of the state, then all of those people, the corpses all just have to go to Ann Arbor. And then many years later, when we were visiting a first cousin of mine, my mother's twin brother had a daughter, Elaine, and she was living in Ann Arbor, and we went to that cemetery, and we hunted all over. That cemetery was big. We had nothing to go on, but we never found my father's grave. He's in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and then my mother, many years later, see, this was in He died, I think he died Christmas of 1928, Christmas Eve. And then my mother is buried in California, and she died October 9th, 1963. So my mother is in California, near San Francisco. My father's in Ann Arbor.
Yeah. Okay, so when you came to Minneapolis, then what did you do? Did you look for work?
I came to live with my aunt and uncle. And my uncle was the chief electrician for Gold Medal Flour. It was called, let's see, Washburn Crosby Company. That was the milling company, Washburn Crosby. That's where WCCO gets its name.
Mm-hmm.
And so he got me a job in the advertising department on the 9th floor of the building. When you're in Minneapolis and you're in the milling district, there's a tall building like this. And at the very top, it's got the logo, Eventually. And then in the smaller letters, why not now? I was in that Eventually building on the 9th floor in the advertising department, and they were having some kind of a contest, and you had to put all these contest rules and regulations. You had to roll them up and put them into tubes, and then they were all passed out to people to take part in this contest. It was that kind of stuff. It wasn't, and then they had these little wooden recipe boxes, and then the recipes were all printed on cards, and then you had to put those in because they were selling those, and people. I had a wooden recipe box for a long time.
And then, how long did you work there?
I started working there in the fall, like early part of September, and then Sears Roebuck was opening a new store on Lake Street, and there was a gal from Sleepy Eye, Minnesota. She was Helen Schmidt. She was the niece to the Washburn Crosby's industrial nurse, and so she told me, she said, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. She said, I'm going over to see if I can get a job at Sears. So Helen was gone all that day, and then when she came back the next day, she had to give her time there for 2 weeks before she could really accept that new job.
Mm-hmm.
And then she said there were a lot of girls over there looking for jobs at Sears. And she said, I said, gee, I'd like to do that. I hate to be monkeying with these recipes and stuff like that. Just sitting there. And I had a business course in college, and in high school, so I know about accounting and all of that. And I said, gee, I just hate to be sitting here doing this. And I said, I'm gonna go over this. So I stayed home one day, and I went over there, and I was hired. I had to be there. I was there in the morning. All I had to do was take the streetcar from my aunt's place, go down Lake Street. I was on the streetcar for about 20 minutes, got off, and that's where the store was.
And where did your aunt live?
She lived at 2845 43rd Avenue South, not far from the Lake Street Bridge and the Mississippi River, and that separates Minneapolis from St. Paul. 47th Avenue was the very last avenue, which was on the shores of the river, and then the Lake Street Bridge spanned the river. We used to walk over there. We used to walk across the bridge. We were on 43rd Avenue, and we were just a block and a half from Lake Street, and Lake Street was the main thoroughfare there. You know.
What kind of work did you do at Sears then?
At Sears?
Yep.
Oh, let's see. They were having a contest too, and we were putting stuff into tubes there too, and then I got to be an indexer. Like when the orders come into Sears, they've got money in them. That was Department 146. Oh, I was put into Department 162, but in 146, the girls open the money and they take it to the bank. They had a bank on that floor. And then 147 and 148, and then we had to copy all the papers that came into our desks. We had our filing cabinets here, and let's say that Mrs. Johnston from Hastings, Minnesota, had put in an order for, let's say, $8 and 50s. We went through the file here and found Hastings and took that card out. And then we just marked the dollars, not the cents. And then we put the date down, and then we put down 8 like that. And then put it back in here. And only the people that had ordered from Sears within the last 7 months and they had to order at least $7 worth, were eligible for a big catalog.
Oh, okay. I'm going to stop you here and do a tape check. Okay.
I was in the indexing department where we had to put the...
Let me ask you, how long did you work at Sears?
I worked at Sears until I was expecting Jerry.
Okay.
But they had been laying off a lot of girls. And when I turned in my time, do you know that the boss wanted to see me? Because Mr. Haviland was a Scotchman, and he had red hair, and he walked with a cane. And he and his assistant were seated at a desk, and they wanted to see me because Mr. Haviland had said that Margaret Wicklund is a crackerjack of a worker. They were laying off a lot of girls, and they wanted to make sure that I wasn't getting laid off because they were cutting that department down. Yeah. And I said, I am married, and I am expecting a baby.
Oh.
And then that was it. But they didn't want me to go at all, really.
You couldn't work. You couldn't work while you were pregnant.
No, no. I really liked working up there, and I was with gals of my own age over at Washburn Crosby. They were all old maids, and I didn't have anything in common with them. But I sure liked Sears. And anyway, I got into profit sharing. And so when I quit...
We just finished up talking about your coming to Minneapolis and going to work. And before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I'd like to go back and talk about how you met Dad and your courtship in Winona. And can you tell us about that?
Yeah, yes. The Klines moved into Winona, and they lived in the railroad station. There was an apartment up on the second floor, and Klines had 4 children. They had 3 boys and 1 girl, and Fred Kline was the eldest, then Edward Kline next, Marcella Kline the third, and Arthur Freeman Kline, always known as Freeman Kline. And he was only 4 years old when they moved in. And I was in high school, and I had been working all summer and I had been working as a hired girl for the section foreman. Now the section foreman's house was the next house over from the depot. There were only these 2 buildings and then there was a freight house where all the freight was put into. Those 3 buildings were the only ones in this area. Otherwise it was all woodsy and no other dwellings around. And I had helped Mrs. Charles Roska with her spring cleaning. There had been a diphtheria epidemic in Winona, and they closed the school. And I was about 13, 14 years old, something like that. And Mrs. Roska had to go past our house. She had to walk maybe about 1/8 of a mile from the section house into our town to get her mail. But the very first house that she came to was the Wicklund house. So she saw my mother in the yard, and she said, and it was in the spring, the school was closed, and we weren't doing anything. And so Mrs. Roska said, could she come and help me with spring cleaning, like washing windows, woodwork, and they had wooden floors, and scrubbing floors, and washing dishes. They were boarding 3 section men, and then Charlie and the 3 others. And there was a lot of work, a lot of beds to be made, and they all lived there. And so my mother said, sure. And you know that I didn't get any pay for what I was doing, because I was getting my board and room, But I'll tell you, Mrs. Rosca was a beautiful seamstress. She had a lot of fabric. You know, when people would get a piece of fabric, like to have a dress made, Mrs. Rosca, she was known for this. She would say, "You let me take that fabric and I'll make a dress for you." Well, she piled it in a box and she never made those dresses. She had all kinds of fabric, and people didn't want to do that anymore. They never saw that. They never saw that fabric again. But what she did was, she took fabric out of that box and cut dresses out for me. And when I went to school in the fall, everybody said that I was the best dressed girl in the school.
Mm.
Really. And
How old were you when you
I was,
went to work for
1924, and then I was going to be 14 in September.
Okay.
And that helped my mother a lot because it was one less month to feed, and I was getting my clothes. Otherwise, I don't know what I would have worn to high school because I didn't have any clothes.
How did you meet Dad then?
Oh, when I was living at the section foreman's house, why the depot agent that was there, Emerson Niles, told us that he was going to be transferred and a new agent was coming in, and his name was Frank Kline. And he had a family of 4 children. So now we're next door neighbors. This was not my home, but I was just working there. So then Mr. Kline was coming over to Mrs. Rosca's. He said, could I have my suppers here? Because he didn't have any furniture and nothing. And in fact, he slept there too. He was boarding there until his furniture came and the family came. But he was in Winona all by himself. And then he worked at in the depot, and then just came over to the section house and had his meals and stayed there. And this went on for, I don't know whether it was a week or 2 weeks. It wasn't too long a time. And then I can remember him telling Mrs. Rosca, my family is coming in tomorrow, and would it be possible for you to give them their supper, because we won't have any furniture, we won't have anything here. And we have 4 children. We have 3 boys and 1 girl. Telling Mrs. Rosca this. And I thought, gee, that'll be interesting to have a new family move into our town, because new families weren't moving into our town.
Yeah.
So I can remember that very next day, I was helping her. We changed beds and bedding and got everything lined up. And then she had a leather couch in the living room, which opened into a double bed. And Marcella and I slept there. I remember the first night that Marcella and I slept together, we talked till about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. We were so excited about meeting each other. And then the boys were upstairs, the 3 boys and Mr. Kline. They were upstairs. And Mrs. Kline, she had a lot of space. And then anyhow, and they came in August so that they could start school when our school started. I was still working over at Rosca's. So in the very first day of school, Freeman couldn't go. He was still 4 years old. But Dad and Ed and Marcella and I, the 4 of us, walked down the railroad track to the school. We had to walk. We could have gone on the road too, but we walked on the railroad track, and then the railroad track made a turn like that, and then that's when you started to come into the town. And the Wicklund house was the very first house that you saw. Mm-hmm. And I'll just have to say, Fred and Ed were always walking on the rails, and us girls tried to walk on the rails, but we didn't have as wide and we kept slipping off. And I can remember Fred, boy, he could just walk on that rail and without falling in, and I was envying him. But he was just another kid. And let me see how old he was. That was 1924, and he was born in September 1907. So he wasn't quite 17. He was 16 years old. That's when I met Dad. Mm-hmm. Never dreaming, fate is something else again. Yeah. But anyhow, Then the Kline kids were all 1 year behind in school because Mr. Kline had the idea at one time that he was going to be a farmer. He was from a farm area in Illinois, and he accepted a job in northern Minnesota. You can't farm in northern Minnesota. It's all woods and rough country. And they lived in a place called Turtle River, Minnesota. When they moved on that farm, in the winter they were snowed in. And there were no vehicles, there were horse-drawn wagons to take the kids to school or anything, because there were no buses or anything like that. So the Kline kids didn't go to school for one year, like from the time the snow came in the fall. All winter they were at home. And Mrs. Kline tried to teach them as much as she could, because the time was just wasted. And then, of course, Marcella was taking piano lessons from her, and she was such an excellent pianist. And then when everything thawed out, the kids Fred was supposed to be way ahead of me in school, but I was ahead of him. But that's the way it was. It evened out eventually. And I remember we were sitting across the aisle from each other, and these were just some new kids as far as I was concerned. I liked them, but there was nothing special about them. But I always thought Marcella was a year older than I, but she was a year behind me on account of living up in northern Minnesota. But she and I were real good friends, and I took piano lessons from her. And
how did you strike up a romance then?
There was another section foreman family related to the Roskas that lived in Painesdale, Michigan. Now, Painesdale was 17 miles off the track toward town. And the section foreman in Painesdale and his wife wanted to go to Illinois to visit some relatives in the summer. And that family in Painesdale they boarded 4 section men. They had their meals there, they slept there. And then they had about 10 or 12 copper miners. This was a copper mining town. Copper miners that came in for their daily meals, their breakfast and lunch and all, and they were working shifts. The lady that was substituting for at the Painesdale section house she was a heavy-set lady, and she had a little girl about 4 or 5, little Esther. And the Painesdale section house was built on the railroad track ran in front of this house. But when you went into the backyard, it dropped into a deep gully, and the outside toilet they had built a footbridge from the house. You went on that footbridge, and it had wooden railings, and you walked across that gully. It was quite deep down there, too. But you had to walk on that footbridge, and then you came to solid land here. And the biffy was built on solid land. The lady that came to take care of those boarders and all while Mrs. Silfellow was visiting in northern Illinois, she had this little girl, and they were afraid that she would slip through those railings and fall down into that gully. And they wanted someone to take care of her. So when Mrs. Roska happened to be going by our house to pick up her mail, she stopped my mother, and she said, as long as the Winona school is closed because of this diphtheria epidemic, she said, could I go to Painesdale and be a little nursery maid for little Esther? And my mother thought, why not? I wasn't doing anything. And we packed up my few clothes, and I was taken to Painesdale, and I got acquainted with the lady and her little girl, and I knew what I had to do. And it was easy. There was nothing to it, really. I just had to be with that girl, that's all, just to make sure that she didn't fall down in that gully. And that woman was even though she was heavy, she was a good worker. Boy, she even baked homemade bread. And she had to feed about 20 miners and section men. About 4 of them stayed there. They only had room enough for one great big room, and the 4 guys slept. There were 4 beds in there.
Right.
And but all the copper miner, there might have been 1 copper miner up there. But what used to make me feel sick, I had to go up there and make the beds, and some of the guys were sleeping because they came in at midnight, and I just wanted to make that bed in a hurry and get out of there because they didn't want to be where there were sleeping men. And I had to clean the spittoon. Oh, it just made me gag. But I had to take them outside, and with all that stuff that was in there, I had to go to the biffy and flush it. Not flush it, but dump it. And then take the hose and... Oh, that... I had to go under...
Are we still talking about your romance with Dad now?
Yeah.
Oh,
and then,
okay.
Then in the winter, this was all summer stuff. And then when school started, I was back in Winona again. So then Mrs. Silfala said to me, "Why don't you come back at Christmas time?" And I thought, why not? After the holiday is over, I got practically 2 weeks of vacation. My mother said that would be okay. I had my little bag, and I walked down to the depot and bought a ticket from Mr. Kline for Painesdale on the Copper Range Railroad. Then I boarded that train, and guess what? Dad gets on it. And we hadn't done any talking or anything like that. He was just a casual person that I don't know if I even ever said 2 or 3 words to him. I was dumbfounded. I had a window seat, and I'm sitting there, and here comes Fred. And I thought, oh my gosh. And then he said, "Can I sit by you?" And I said, "Sure." We were just talking about nothing, really. And so then he asked me where I was going, and I said, "I'm going to Painesdale." And he said, "So am I." He says, "I'm going there to help out because somebody was sick, and they needed someone, like an assistant. There had to be an assistant to the station master in Painesdale, because that was a bigger depot. And that was a copper mining town, and there was a lot of traffic, railroad traffic. And so then we both got off at the same place, at the Painesdale depot, and then he asked me where I was going to be staying. I said, "At the section foreman's house. I'm going to be there helping Mrs. Silfala." And he was there just to help out too, just the way I was. And then he walked me over to Silfala's. And then that was all there was to it. And then eventually I went home, and I don't even remember if he was on the same train when I went home or not. But then that was in the winter at Christmas time. Then in the spring, Mrs. Silfala wanted me to come back to help with house cleaning and that. And Dad had accepted a job as a station agent in a small town fishing village called Gay, Michigan, way up near Lake Superior. All the Lake Superior fishing that was done up there. Well, that fish was sent out in refrigerated cars, and he had a big job up there. And he was just a young guy, but he'd had some experience in depots. He helped at the Painesdale depot, and he got a lot of experience from his dad. So they were willing to take a chance on him. And anyhow, he was earning money up there so that he could go to electrical school, because he knew that the railroads were on the way out. He knew that could never be his career. He was farsighted. He took a correspondence course first. When he finished that, then he was saving money, and then he had enough money saved so he could go to Chicago. It was Chicago, the Coyne School, C-O-Y-N-E, Coyne School of Electricity, where he learned about the rest of what he needed to know about electricity. And then Grandpa Kline had a cousin named Freeman McFarland, who was a foreman at the Gary steel mills. And so Grandpa wrote to Freeman McFarland and said, when my son finishes electrical school, could you give him a job in the mills? And jobs were very hard to get. This was there was nothing doing after World War I. Everything was dead.
Mm-hmm.
And by golly, if Freeman McFarland didn't put Dad to work in the Gary steel mills.
Were you corresponding with him?
No, nothing was going on. And then he was working there. And then when Christmas came again, I was always helping out in Painesville at Siltla's. And we were on the same train together a lot. It just happened.
So you kept bumping into each other?
Yeah, like on the train, huh? And then clients they had a touring car. One of Lizzie that had the snap-on curtains, so when it rained,
mm-hmm.
they were cloth curtains, but there was little isinglass windows, and so they sold that Tin Lizzie to Fred. And so then he was using that instead of the train to travel. So then, guess what? He, when I was going to Painesville, he offered to give me a ride to Painesville, and then he went on to Gary, to Gay,
mm-hmm.
that fishing village.
Yeah.
And I remember I had to sleep in the same room with Mr. and Mrs. Silsala. He was the section foreman. And then they had a small cot in there for the maid. Whoever the maid was always slept there. And then I didn't get there till around 10 or 10:30 on the Sunday evening. And when I came into the house, I went upstairs with my little suitcase, and I went in the bedroom, and they were already in bed. But she wasn't asleep, and she said, "Why are you coming so late? We looked for you earlier." And this is when I had my ride. I couldn't come before I could get the ride. Anyhow, I got myself undressed and got to bed. And then it was just very casual. We just kept bumping into each other. There was nothing going on. And this was the only place that I could be earning money.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that when I was in Painesdale, they hired me for Mr. and Mrs. Silsala had gone to Waukegan, Illinois to visit relatives. And they got this heavy-set lady with a little girl to take care of the miners and make the meals and pack lunch. They had lunch buckets, you know. And anyhow, it was just casual, and then, but then I don't know just when there was a spark.
Now Dad went off to Chicago.
He went off to Chicago,
and then
Gary. I hadn't seen him for 6 months. And let's see, in the meantime, he came to visit me. How the heck was that? I'm trying to think. Came to Minneapolis. We did correspond a little bit, and my uncle was the chief electrician for Washburn Crosby Gold Medal Flour, and so Fred was coming to visit me at my aunt's, and so my uncle talked with him. We went to the Great Northern Depot and picked him up and brought him over to our house, and my aunt just made a bed for him on the living room floor, and put blankets under him, and he slept there. But my uncle talked to him, and he said, "How do you like your job? How do you like working there?" He said, "I don't." He said, "I'm working with a lot of people that don't even speak English, Mexicans, and not that there's anything wrong with Mexicans, but he was in the wrong element." And then he said, "I'm so close that there's so much moisture down there with Lake Michigan right there. Why, I always lose my hearing in the winter." You had to shout to make him hear. And as soon as the snow and all of that, the wetness of the spring had gone, he could hear again. That wasn't the place for him. But my uncle said, would you like to come up here? Boy, that's what he needed, because jobs were scarce at that time. He went back. He had to go back and tell Grandpa's cousin that he was leaving, that he was getting another job in Minnesota. And then when he came, I think that first night he slept on the floor again. And then we found a sleeping room for him one block away on 44th Avenue, and I was on 43rd Avenue. And then there was a streetcar that ran a couple of blocks away where he could go to 27th and Lake Street, and the Tivoli Cafe was there, so he could have his meals there. But then as soon as he could, he bought a Model A Ford coupe, just a one-seater. And then we used to go on joyrides. But it really was fun. And one time, and then when my father died, why Ina came, and Ina was she was a senior in high school, and she came around Christmas time. My father died around Christmas, and Ina came after Christmas was over, and she and I were sharing the room that I had at my aunt's. Then a year later, in June, Marcella graduated from high school. I think that Grandma Kline was a little bit provoked at all her Minnesota relatives. Nobody offered to take Marcella. There was nothing in Winona. You had to get out of that town. But guess what? I asked my aunt, I said, can Marcella Kline come here, and then she can get a job, and then Ida and she can room together. And my aunt said yes. Here's me, Ina, and Marcella all in one room. And my aunt put a cot up. So two of us slept in the bed and then one on the cot. And I know that Grandma Kline was really disappointed. She had a brother who was a photographer, but he was in Havre, Montana, and Marcella wouldn't have wanted to go there anyway. But not any of the relatives in St. Paul offered to have Marcella come. And Grandma was really disappointed.
Who were some of the relatives in St. Paul?
They were Fritzes. They were all Fritzes.
Do you remember their names?
There was a Frank Fritz. I'm trying to think.
Was there an Andrew Fritz?
Andrew, yes. Andrew Fritz lived on Lexington Avenue, and he was a lawyer, corporation lawyer. And he was Grandma's brother. And the funny thing, his name was Andrew E. Fritz. And when Grandma married Frank Kline, and Dad was a baby, she named him after Frank Fritz. He was Frederick Andrew Kline, but she wanted the Frederick so that he would be called Fritz, so he would be Fritz Kline.
But that never stuck.
It never stuck. Dad was not a Fritz. Take Walter Mondale. Walter Frederick Mondale, like Scandinavian. And guess what? He was always Fritz Mondale. Yeah. Isn't it funny?
So how did things develop then with you and Dad?
It was very casual, but he got a better car, and he got a Ford Coupe that was in 1930. But guess what happened in 1930 after he bought that car? In May of 1930, there was a depression, and my uncle lost his job at the mills, and he'd been there for 38 years, no pension, nothing. And Dad lost his job, so he was out of a job. And let's see, where did he go to work? I'm trying to think where he went to work after he lost his job, because he didn't know if he could stay in Minneapolis or not. I can't remember exactly where he went to work. It'll have to come back to me.
Okay.
But he did stay in Minneapolis, and we had even set a wedding date. We were going to be married that next summer.
Yeah.
And but Dad got a job, and we were able to get married in September of 1930.
Was he working for Northern States Power at that point?
Oh, that brings it. He walked the streets. He went to South St. Paul. He was in St. Paul, Minneapolis. He was looking for a job because he was hungry. And he had taken this course, his coin course, and you put the bug in my ear. He went to Northern States Power Company, and they weren't hiring, but nevertheless, they took his application. And Dad was smart. He went to Northern States every single week, every week, once a week. He pestered them. And that's the way to get a job when you're hungry, and they know that. And he said one day when he was making his weekly visit to Northern States Power Company, the manager there said, he looked up, employment manager said, "Oh, it's you again." I just stood there. What else? But by golly, this was just a stroke of luck. He was without a job all that summer, but when he went to Northern States, he had also applied in the construction end of Northern States Power. They were building a new substation, so he didn't care what kind of a job, he had to have a job, and this was construction. But then he had also applied in the electrical end of it, because he was trained for that. And he just went everywhere. And do you know that about the middle of August, Northern States called, and it was the electrical, the generation department, wanting him to come to work at $100 a month. 100. If he'd been working for Northern States in the construction end, he would have had to turn this one down. I don't know if he would have, but it was just a stroke of luck.
$100 a month.
$100 a month. Yeah. And we were making plans to get married, and when Dad was, he was 23. When Dad was 13, when Fred Kline was 13 years old, Grandpa Kline took out a savings certificate, and it was $1,000 certificate, and every year he had to put in, he had to pay on it for 10 years, so it would have been like I think it was $78 or $79 a year, and Fred had to earn that money himself. He did all kinds of cleaning garages, digging potatoes and everything, and every cent that he got went to pay for that, make that payment. Grandpa Kline did not put 1 cent into that certificate, and that $78 a year turned into $1,000, and then this was in August, and by golly, if that guy from Investor Center called and said your certificate has matured, we're going to be delivering it to you, $1,000 certificate, and the depression was already with us, and so he got that $1,000 certificate, and we were making plans for September 6th wedding. Now we got $1,000, and then he got a job with the Northern States at $100 a month. Things were coming our way like you wouldn't believe. It just didn't seem right. So we went ahead with our wedding plans. And then after we'd been married for several months, Fred, he got acquainted with a bunch of ham radio operators, and you know what, those guys weren't working, but they were using shortwave radio. And they said to Fred, how come you, a total stranger, can come into this area and get a job? They didn't know how he was hungry for a job, and every day he was out, always scrounging around.
I'd like to return back to Winona and Dad and his interest in radio. What do you remember about that with crystal sets?
Oh, yes.
Did he?
And crystal radio was something very new. In fact, I can remember a couple of my mother's friends saying that we could hear some music coming out of someplace. There was no Victrola, no nothing. It seemed like it was coming out of the air. It was coming out of the next house. And they had a little radio. Dad had dug potatoes and worked and earned all the money that he could, and he bought that little crystal set. You had to have earphones to listen to it. And being that when they lived in this depot, that this one waiting room was the recreation room, that crystal set was in there. So if you wanted to hear music from KDKA Pittsburgh, that was the station, and WLS Chicago, world's largest store, that's Sears. Those were the two main stations, and you put those and you could hear this music coming on these earphones, and then you'd pass it over to the next person, and there were a lot of those Finnish women. They couldn't believe that there was music coming through the air. So Mrs. Kline invited some of the women that she got to know. I can still remember them. They were in that recreation waiting room, and they were sitting in a line. And there was a Mrs. Hill and different ones, but I remember Mrs. Hill. She had 3 daughters, and Fred sat there with that, and Mrs. Kline was down there, and then it came. Fred gave it to his mother, and then she listened a little bit, and then she gave it to the first Finnish lady, and you should have seen the looks on their faces. They smiled, and it was time to give it to the next one, and those women were flabbergasted that music was coming from the air, and Fred was really the big shot at that time. He had made that set. He had built it.
It was a crystal set?
It was a crystal set.
Did he get a kit to do it, or where did he get the materials and the know-how?
I suppose there were some books out or magazines or something, like Popular Mechanics, and radio was coming in at that time. I never really questioned him about that, but...
Okay. Do you remember your first movie? Where did you see your first movie?
Evangeline. We had a theater in Winona, and it was up in... there were different locations in our town, and we had to climb the Red Location Hill and then go off a little bit, and there was a theater in there, and I had never been to a theater before. And the movie was about Evangeline. Do you remember when this was in French Canada, in Arcadia, and the British drove the French out, and they were driven down the Mississippi all the way to New Orleans, and that's why New Orleans is so French. Wow. Remember that?
Okay.
That was all part of it. And I remember crying, and it was a silent movie, and then it would show the picture, and then the write-up would be right after it, and it would flicker. I tell you, that picture, Evangeline, just shook me, because I had never seen anything like that, and that story was so real, and I felt so sorry for those people having to go down the Mississippi River. That was the only way that they could get down to New Orleans.
Sure. Yeah. There's been a question that I don't know where I first heard this, but I've often wondered about it, and I think I'll ask you now. Were there communists and communist sympathizers in Winona?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because Finland had been under Russian rule. They weren't in an independent country at all. And they were fighting for their independence. Russia was a big bear ready to just gobble that little country up. And along come these communists. We didn't know what they were. We had never even heard the word. And they offered to help. Why wouldn't Finland go for people that are going to offer them get away from that Russian yoke?
Sure.
It was innocent. But when they discovered what it was, they shed them like that. But it was hope at a time when they needed it.
Do you remember people in Winona talking about this?
Yes. And they were even going to go to a communist country to...
Did any of them actually leave?
One family did. They sold their farm, and they had 3 daughters, and that oldest girl was about 12, and she didn't want to go. She just cried and cried. And I can remember when that Nieminen family went to Russia. Oh.
Did you ever hear from them?
No, we never did. And I think that, I don't remember if the parents ever got away, but the girls wanted to get away. And they were told, if you ever escape, don't ever talk about what you've seeing here. They were killing horses, and they had raw horse meat in wagons, and they were feeding that to the people.
Hey, and we're continuing the interview with Margaret Kline. Okay, you were talking about the instruction.
Yes. Fred and I were going together, and we were getting serious about each other, and so I began to think that I better do something about this religion. I was Lutheran and he was Catholic, and we talked about religion, and he said, I don't know anything about instructing you. He said, let's go to someone who knows all the answers. And we went to St. Stephen's Church, and it wasn't too far from let's see now. Anyhow, it was on 22nd and Clinton Avenue, and I remember it was during Lent, and when we came to the priest's house, the housekeeper let us in, and she said, Father Kline was the pastor there, and she said that the Lenten services will be over in a little while. Why don't you come in here and wait for him? He'll be here in a few minutes. I was scared to death of a Catholic priest. I had no idea what they were like. And so we followed her into the living room, and it was, I can remember it was furnished with real old-fashioned upholstered furniture. Everything was, the furniture was so big, because it was mostly men that were occupying all those chairs, and everything was dark, and it had a depressive atmosphere to it. Anyway, then finally Father Thomas Cullen came, the pastor came, and he's wearing that little beretta with the plum up here, and he had just finished his Lenten services. So he sat in a big armchair, and with that beretta on his head. He was like a pompous figure, and I'm shrinking into my chair. I'm scared to death. I just don't know what the heck is going to happen. And then Fred, I can't call him Dad. I suppose it's all right. But anyhow, he explained. He said, my girlfriend here and I are thinking of getting married, but she's Lutheran. And we were wondering about getting this religion question settled. And brother, did he lie into me. You Lutherans instituted divorce, and you Lutherans, all of the sins of Protestantism was piled onto me. What was I? Close to 18 years old. And I'm not saying a word, but I'm scared to death. I'm more scared to death of him now than I was when he first came into the room. Oh, that was a horrible evening. Just absolutely horrible. They don't treat the Protestants like that anymore. They treat them with kid gloves because they want them to be in the fold. But I had been raised in such a strict family. You never said no to your superior. And I took it. Instead of just getting up and saying, I don't have to take this, I wouldn't have dared, because I would be talking back to my elders, and I had to be obedient. So I took all of that. But Fred was suffering because he figured that was the end of the religion course.
That would be discouraging to hear that.
I wouldn't let it happen again, but I was so innocent. We were just obedient kids.
Sure.
We had to mind our elders. And so then he said, come back here on Tuesday night. Father Joseph Lord will instruct you around 7:30. So with that, we left. And then on Tuesday night, Fred had a sleeping room, and he had his meals all. So he came over to my aunt's and picked me up, and we went over to St. Stephen's. And when we got over there, and we sat there for a little while, why, pretty soon this young assistant priest came in, and he was Father Joseph Lord. And he introduced himself, and he was mild-mannered compared to Father Cullen, and just set up a date. He said that we talked for a little bit, and Fred explained the situation to him. So then nothing could be done that night. But he said, you come back. I think we went on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and for an hour. And then we came back another time. And we had all the available rooms were taken. We had to sit in the dining room, and the dining room table was long, and the housekeeper had already set it for breakfast. And so Father Lord is on one side of the table, and Fred and I are on this side. And so after he knew what our situation was, then he started instructing me, and he even gave me a book to study, something about our father's heritage or something like that. Anyway, that I could study it and then come back and then read those whatever chapters he assigned, and then so that I would learn more about the Catholic Church. And he would be sitting there, and I'd never forget, there were little individual salt and pepper shakers about this high. There was one set for 2 priests, and there'd be another set over here. He would take that salt shaker and he'd talk religion, then he'd mix pepper with it, and he'd be talking religion and mixing in the palm of his hand. And he was so different from Father Cullen that we began to like him. He was a nice guy. And you know what it eventually turned out? I was his first convert.
Really?
And we met, I can't remember if it was twice a week or once a week, but always in that dining room. And so then that after we'd gone a few times, this was now Lent. We started in the fall. This was now Lent. After we got through, Father Lord turned to Fred and said, what are you kids doing tonight after you leave here? And Fred said, I'm just going to take her home, and then I'm going to go on home. And he said, would you mind very much going over to the university campus? He said, I have a sister there who's taking postgraduate work, and I would like to see her. And Fred said, sure. So guess what? Fred's got this Ford Coupe. Fred's driving. I'm sitting here, and the priest is right next to me. The 3 of us. I was so scared of a Catholic priest, and he's next to me. And we got over there, and she was in an apartment with a Lutheran gal. They were sharing that apartment, doing postgraduate work over there. And so the 3 of us were in this apartment, and that Lutheran gal put the coffee pot on. And so we could smell that coffee cooking and everything. And then I can remember Father's sister saying, Margaret is the only, one of the gals, there was a 3rd girl that was rooming. There were 3 gals that were rooming in that apartment. That other gal was Protestant too. They mentioned her and me, that we're the only 2 that can have a cookie with our coffee. The rest of them were fasting. This was Lent.
Oh.
So they just had, and they were strict. They had to be strict in those days. So the others all had their coffee, and the rest of us were munching on a cookie. You know?
So where did you first live in Minneapolis?
Then when we were married in September, it was in a, I'm trying to think of the address.
Was that the Benjamin Street?
No. And I was working at Sears. It was on Chicago Avenue, and Sears was just a couple blocks off of Chicago. So we were in an apartment, and it was easy for me to Dad was working shifts, and I could just lock up and walk those 2 blocks or so to Sears. I didn't have to worry about. And then another. Wait a minute now. It wasn't that one close to Sears. That came later. This was on Grand Avenue, and it's beyond Nicollet and Lindale. It was between Nicollet and Lindale, and we were on Grand Avenue. It was on 29 something, and Lake Street was the same as 30th. So I used to take the streetcar from there. That's where it was, Grand Avenue, and we were there for about 6 months. And then we moved close to Sears, so I could even come home on my lunch hour when he was working shifts if he didn't have to go to work till let's see, and he was working from 4 till midnight, lots of time, 2 weeks. And then the day shift was from 8 to 4.
Yeah.
And then midnight was from midnight to 8. And then, but when he was on that afternoon shift, I would come home from Sears. We were in a 3rd floor flat, 2 blocks from Sears. So he'd have a nice lunch for me, and then he would do up the dishes and everything, and then I'd go back to work. And then when I came home, of course, then he'd be gone. But we lived there for about 6 months. And then we went into, I'm trying to think, was it a house or a duplex? But this was a 3rd floor flat. We had to really walk way up.
Yeah. So, and then when you moved, where did you move to? Was that Benjamin Avenue?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Jerry was 2 months old when we moved to Benjamin. Yeah, Dad had heard about this fellow who had a little bungalow. He was 1 bedroom, bathroom, and a garage for $25 a month, and Fred was making $100 a month. They always said 1/4 of your salary should go. So this was just fine. And we lived up there for a couple of years. And then Ina came. Ina and Marcella had been living together. And then Marcella went to live with Miss Margaret Passy. She was the industrial nurse for Washburn Crosby flour mills, because those girls were working in the flour mills. And they were flour packers. Ina and Marcella were. And then, so when Marcella went to live with Miss Passy, then Ina moved in with us, and then she was paying us $5 a week board and room. And it was nice having her there, because a lot of times when we would have to be gone, then she'd take care of Jerry. Jerry was a baby then.
Okay.
We got by with very little money. Nobody had any money, really.
Okay. And then Ronnie was born?
Let's see, I'm trying to think where we were when Ronnie was born. 2 years later. I can't quite remember.
I think I've seen pictures at Benjamin with both Ronnie and Jerry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jerry, I think that he must have been born when we were living up in that house, because I have pictures of Jerry and me sitting on the lawn.
Yeah.
And right across, there was a park, a real nice park. And across the park were 2 cemeteries, the Hillside Cemetery and I think the other one was Catholic Cemetery. And when Dad would be working from 4 to 12, he had the car and I couldn't go anyplace, and I had this baby, and so I spread we used to have those Indian blankets.
Yeah.
So I put that blanket on the grass. I had a little pillow. And Jerry would lay there, and I'd give him his bottle, and then I would sit there, and we didn't have air conditioning, and in the evening it got cool, but it would be awfully hot inside the house. And then Ina came to live with us when Jerry was just a baby too, and she paid us $5 a week board and room.
Now this is right during the Depression.
Yes.
And President Roosevelt was voted in 1932.
Yes.
Do you remember much about President Roosevelt?
Oh, I tell you, we were so glad to get Hoover out of there, because the Depression had come with Hoover. People were being laid off and that, and the Democrats promised everything, but he was a dynamic figure. Oh, I wished you could have seen him, and boy, when he talked, and he was aristocratic looking, and his bearing, everything about him was class, really. And to think that a man from a moneyed background, would be interested in a common, ordinary man was really something. The common man now had a friend in the White House.
Did Eleanor Roosevelt was active too. Did you pay attention to what she was doing?
She was always traveling. And one time they found a purse in North Africa. That's after World War II started. Eleanor Roosevelt must have been here. It was they made a lot of jokes about her, but they admired her. She didn't stay home. She was preaching for the causes that she believed in.
Mm-hmm.
She was a great lady. Really, she was.
So she was active even before the war?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So when did you move to the house on Winona Place then?
Let's see. Oh, we were living in a small house, that Benjamin House, and Roosevelt came in, and the FHA came in, and Fred said, "I think the time has come for us to be that we can even consider a house." But wait a minute now. There was another move. We were in an upper duplex. From that little house on Benjamin Street, the rent was $25. But I found a double, it was a 2-bedroom unit. This was a 1-bedroom house, but this was a 2-bedroom unit for $22.50. And $2.50 a month meant a lot when you didn't have very much.
Sure.
So we moved from Benjamin over into the Polish district.
Remember the street?
14th Avenue Northeast.
Okay.
And there was a Russian Orthodox church. No, it wasn't Russian, it was Greek. Greek Orthodox church was there. And lots of church bells would chime in the morning and the curfew in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
It was just amazing. You could go to Mass at it wasn't the Polish, it was the Croatian church. I know Methodius was the second. It was named after Saint, started with an S. 2 saints' names. And then, let's just say like Saint Stephen and Methodius Church,
Mm-hmm.
but you always had to have that Methodius with it because it was a Croatian. So I sat through many a Croatian sermon.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was Saint Anthony. Ronnie was baptized when we were living in that upper duplex.
Mm-hmm.
He was baptized at St. Anthony, and that was about 8 blocks down, closer to town. So there was St. Anthony and Saint Cyril and Methodius right here. And then going up toward Lowry was the Polish church, Holy Cross. In fact, Father, he was an assistant at St. Kevin.
Father Dukowski?
There you are.
That's where
Polish,
he's...
yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then he became the pastor over there. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. You, at some point then you decided to go buy a house?
We were living in that upper duplex, just a block from St. Cyril and Methodius, that Croatian neighborhood, you know. And we moved from there then to Winona.
Okay. Tell me about, I remember years ago you mentioned that the builder of the house was Wilkinson. He was Bud Wilkinson's father. Do you remember that? Do you remember Bud Wilkinson, who was the coach for Oklahoma?
Oh, yes, Oklahoma, yes.
Was that, do you remember? It was...
He built our house on Winona Place. And he built and then that, you know where the post office is?
Mm-hmm.
All those little bungalows there?
Right.
Well, when we came from northeast Minneapolis, no, we were in that upper duplex.
Right.
And we wanted to have a ground floor house.
Mm-hmm.
I looked this up in the paper, and I said to Dad, there's some houses for sale in that neighborhood over by Lake Nokomis. And we followed those ads. Then when we got down there, it was these houses that were next to the post office. But there was a streetcar line there, and it was noisy, and Wilkinson could see that he wasn't making a sale. But he said, now there was Winona Place, that little dead-end street. And he pointed up that street, and he says, I've got a 2-bedroom bungalow on this street. It's going to cost you more. $600 at that time could have been like $6,000 as far we were looking for houses. We started looking at houses at $4,200, $44, $46, $48, and then from $48 it jumped to $52, and Winona Place was the 50. We were putting that much more money into that house. Then Jimmy Upsall was Dad's foreman at the terminal substation on East Hennepin. You know where East Hennepin becomes Larpenteur?
Yeah.
And Dad was working there at the terminal station. And then he told Jimmy Upsall that we were buying a house. And Jimmy Upsall had lived right behind Lake Nokomis Lutheran Church on Keewaydin Place. And so we wanted Jim to see all the different houses that we were looking at so he could tell us what's wrong with them. This Wilkinson had built some houses on I think about 44th Street, and we were on 50th and 51st. And we looked at those, and they were a one-bedroom house, in that they didn't have a dining room, but they had, the living room was long, but here was a little here was a little dinette at this end. And we had Jimmy Upsall come and look at that house. And then we had also spotted this, the one on Winona Place, and for $600 more. Why, Jimmy looked at this one, and then he looked at the one on Winona, and he said, of the two houses, it's worth that extra money to buy that house on Winona Place. He said, you're going to have more children, and he said, if you want to entertain or anything, you just have to entertain at the end of the living room, and it's going to be crowded. He says, Winona Place has a dining room, and it's worth that $600. The best buy. We had to get advice from people that were homeowners, and he said, and then that was the best street in the world to raise kids on. It was a dead-end street. There wasn't much traffic. The kids could play ball there. I can remember Jerry would be coming up to bat. He'd say, Jerry, you got to go and get some bread. Okay, he'd say. But he'd finish that bat, and he'd drop it, and he'd go on.
Now, what was the little store that they would go and buy the bread? Do you remember?
Oh, that was on the corner. Where?
Yeah. Was that the pantry shelf?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was the name of the family that ran that? Is that the McGoverns or that might be two? I can't quite remember who ran the pantry shelf.
There were different.
Oh, were there?
McCarthy's.
McCarthy is Matt McCarthy.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
They owned it.
Okay. So now, when you bought the house, was Jim born then, or did he come along?
When we bought the house.
Is this 1938?
This on Winona Place.
Yeah.
1938. Jim was born the following year. We moved there in the spring. Oh, we were told to move in so that we could get the homestead tax.
Oh, yeah.
So we moved in before, I think it was May the 31st or something like that, so that we could say that we were owning it. So we got in on the homestead tax. If we had waited till that deadline was over, then we would have had to pay a higher rate of tax until the next year. We got such good advice from people.
Sure.
And then, so we moved there in, I think it was April the 28th, 1930. And then Jim was born. His birthday is, his birthday is August the 21st, 1939.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, where did Dad actually work? Where physically did he go to work? He was working for Northern States Power Company.
Yeah, the terminal station. There's that, when Dad was first hired in 1930, he worked at 32nd and Hiawatha, and just 2 blocks off of Lake Street. And I'm trying to think if there were 2 men, no, there was just 1 man on duty. Dad had to go to work at midnight, and then work until 8. And then there used to be a man his name was Damon, but he was what they called a night rider, because you never knew when Damon was coming by to check to see if you were sleeping.
Oh.
You were alone on duty, and you had to be wide awake when Damon came in.
Okay. No sleeping on the job.
One guy had even made a bed for himself, and he was fired.
Really?
Because if something goes wrong with the electrical system and that guy's asleep, how is that going to help Northern States?
Yeah.
You had to be alert. You had to be on your feet.
You told a story years ago about labor problems, the union, forming the union. Could you tell us about that?
When Dad was hired by Northern States, there was no union. And then, he didn't stay at Hiawatha very long because they could see that he was a very good worker. So he was transferred to a bigger station that had an operator and an assistant. Dad was terminal station. And in Northeast Minneapolis, that's how come we moved into Northeast. And I'm trying to think how long he was there. But anyhow, I remember Dad came home from work one day and he said, we had some men that were advocating all of us to join the union. And they didn't want to do that. So you know what they did? They were told that if they went home, they wouldn't let them in. So you know what these guys did? They slept and ate there. And
Is this at Terminal Station?
Yes. And then we were living on Benjamin Street, and we were close to Dad even walked to work one day from Benjamin Street, and those guys were barricaded in there for I think about 10 days. I didn't see Dad for 10 days.
So it was a lock-in where they just locked themselves in?
Yeah, they locked themselves in because they were told that if they went home, they wouldn't be allowed to come in unless they signed the union agreement. They eventually had to do it anyhow. But
so this was to protest the union, not to join the union?
They didn't want to join.
Oh, interesting.
Because it meant union dues, and part of the wages were having to pay the union dues.
Sure.
And they always seemed to be a rough type. But it eventually came to that. But Dad, the food was brought in by U.S. mail because the pickets could not stop a mail truck.
I see.
And
so you would mail the food in?
They come in by truck.
Yeah.
The truck was...
okay.
So they came in, they brought all the food in the mail truck. You can't stop the U.S. mail.
Okay.
They had to do that. And I was home, Jerry was a baby, and I had to carry the baby to the grocery store when I bought groceries. I had to carry groceries and the baby.
Was there any violence or?
I don't think. I think there might have been some slight little altercations, but nothing that amounted to anything. But those guys didn't want to leave that station. They were just going to stay there. And then eventually, I don't remember how long it took, but some kind of an agreement was made so that they had to join the union. They had to. That was the trend.
Okay. So let's go back to now you're living in the house on Winona Place. It's Jim is born, it's 1939, things are going along well. And then World War II started in 1941. Do you remember where you were when you first heard the news?
Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor happened.
Yeah.
And December 7th, 1941. Do
you remember what you were doing or where you first heard the news?
I'm trying to think. And we got scared. But we had to fight the Japs. We had...
What did you think when you first heard the news? Were you concerned about the welfare of the country?
Oh, everybody was concerned. Everybody. The Japs were taking over. There were a lot of different countries, and we've got to keep those Japanese out of our country. Everybody rallied around the president. We weren't going to fight that. We have to protect our country. Everybody was united against the Japs. Oh, the feeling toward the Japs was terrible. Look what they were doing. They were gobbling up other countries, and we didn't want the Yellow Race to take over.
How did Dad react to all this?
Let's see now. Dad was born in 1907, and his birthday was in September. Let's see now. This was September 1941. He was. Let's see.
It was about 34, 35.
Yeah, they didn't. It was the younger guys that were going in, the ones that were enlisted. You know.
So he wasn't drafted or called.
No, but his work was important too. And he got two deferments.
Oh.
Northern States got two deferments for him. He was around 36, and because his work was vital, electrical, and radio, shortwave radio. Dad was an important man to keep back home,
Sure.
to help out.
Okay.
And there were so many young men that were in their 20s that really had to go. They were forced to go.
Yeah.
But they didn't have to start scraping the barrel by getting 30-some
Right.
years. Dad's position never was critical, but it could have been.
Yeah.
But
Now, he kept up his interest in amateur radio through all
always,
these years.
always. Oh, he just loved
He
it.
kept building radios, did he? And he was on the air, transmitting and receiving.
Yeah, he built his very first one in Winona, but then he bought a nice transmitter and a receiver.
Yeah.
Oh, that receiver was, I remember it was something like $79, but it was the best radio that he'd had.
Okay. So then, during the war, what kind of rationing did you have to put up with? And
Yeah, we had ration books, and we had two kinds. The blue stamps were for bread and stuff like that, and then the red ones were for meat. And you could only buy so many pounds of meat a week. And you always went to the store with your ration books. And I can remember being at the Super Value, why then the meat market was right, the counter was right there too, so it was all in one. And I remember having to tear the ration coupons out and put them up here, and because the meat had to go to the soldiers and the people that were fighting and saving our country. And then the blue stamps were for canned goods, and like canned soups, and
you always had plenty of food. You just
always had plenty of food.
you couldn't buy all that you wanted.
Yeah.
And the gasoline was rationed too.
Oh, you could only buy. They found out how many miles you had to drive. You drove to work, and I can't even quote a figure. Like, let's say maybe, I don't know, 15 gallons or 20 gallons a week, or maybe, is that a lot?
Yeah, that would be more than enough. Yeah.
Okay, but it was a minimum. And then we were thinking of going to see Grandma and Grandpa Kline, and we did go. I thought we had a Model A Ford, and that didn't take very much gas. We did go to Michigan, but it was like usually about a 10-hour drive. Oh, and that one time that we went, we had to go by train because we didn't have enough gas to go to visit. Grandpa Kline had been ailing. And Dad was always, the Klines had that little quirk in there, always doing something to make you laugh. We had Jerry and Ronnie with us. And then we had Jim. Jim, the older boys were with me on this side of the aisle. Dad was on this side with Jim. And the next thing I know, Jim is crying. And Dad is laughing. What the heck is going on over there? What's he crying for? I had Jim come over and talk to me. He said, Daddy said that if there was a screw on the windowsill, he said, if I take my finger off of that screw, the train is going to stop. That's the way the Klines are. And Dad is laughing. That poor little kid. I said, you take your finger off of that. Oh, gosh. We didn't have much money, but we were happy and raising these kids, and I couldn't have wanted a better life. Really, just wonderful.
So now it's about 1945, and the war has ended. Do you remember when the news came of the atomic bombs that were dropped on Japan?
Hiroshima, yes. Oh, we were glad. We thought, no, that'll put the Japs in their place. They're not going to come over here. We're going to stop them in their tracks. We were happy about that.
What did you think of the atomic bomb? Did you have any idea of that?
We didn't really realize how horrible it would have been to drop that bomb. All we wanted was the war to be over and our guys to come back and live a normal life and squelch those Japs. We had to put them in their place. We were only thinking of the security and the safety of our country, and we weren't thinking of any aftermaths of nuclear.
The fallout and the Holocaust. And
Yeah.
Did you have any real fear of Germany during the war? They were so aggressive on the west,
With
moving
Hitler,
into and then moving into Russia. Did you
think
ever have any fear that they would come to the United States?
No, not so much with the Germans. We were more concerned with the Japs.
Okay.
I mean, that seemed to hold our interest.
Yeah. When did you first hear about the Holocaust in Germany, the extermination of the Jews?
Oh, terrible.
Was it during the war, or did that come after the war?
Yeah. You know, we couldn't understand why Germany always had to be the start of a war. World War I was started by the Kaiser, and then World War II, Hitler. It was always the German people, and they're such good people, but why did they have to have leaders like that?
Yeah.
It puzzled us. We just couldn't understand it. We hated the Japs so much more than we ever hated the Germans.
Okay.
We didn't hate the Germans, we hated Hitler.
Yeah, okay. I remember one of my first memories is Dad buying a new car in 1949. He bought a new Plymouth.
Yes.
Was that the first new car that he had bought?
No, there was a time when we weren't allowed to buy cars, but no, we always bought a new car.
Okay.
But they weren't that expensive, really.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He used to buy Plymouths.
Right.
Always Plymouths.
Right.
And then we got Chevys.
Mm-hmm. Later on. Yeah. What about the Korean War? Did you have any feelings about that?
No, I don't think that it did us very much.
Okay.
That was in connection with the Japs.
Yeah.
And Korea was a smallish country. We weren't really alarmed about that.
What did you think of Harry Truman, President Truman?
He used the word son of a bitch while he was in the White House. We liked him. We felt that he was our kind of a guy. Really. And when his daughter Margaret sang, she did not have an operatic voice. But the news reporters at the White House heard her sing. They didn't give her a very good report. Ooh, that man, I tell you, that was his daughter, and she's the best singer in the world. You had to... We were in Truman's hometown in Kansas someplace.
Independence?
Independence, Missouri.
Yeah.
That's where it was. And coming home from California, we used to go to California to see my mother in Victoria every other year. And we were in Independence, and we went by Harry Truman.
Let me start here. This is tape number 3. We're on side B, and we're interviewing Margaret Kline. Okay, so we just finished. We're talking about Harry Truman and your trip to Independence.
Mm-hmm.
So
we were coming home from California, and we went through the town of Independence, so we wanted to see where Harry Truman's house was, and we found it, and it was a corner house, a big, real big siding house, small siding, and it had been freshly painted, and you could smell, the car windows were open, and of course the wind was blowing a little bit, and it smelled of fresh paint. It was a fresh smell. So I said to Dad, let's just drive around. We were in the front of the house, being that it was a corner one, we turned the corner, and when we got to so we could see the backyard, his boxer shorts were on the line. There were several pair. I said, look at his underwear. On the line. I never thought I'd see the person in underpants.
I guess he puts his pants on like everyone else.
I didn't realize that all this humor would come in, but this is true life. And I said to Dad, look at the housekeeper washed his clothes and all those shorts belong to him. And they were just like Dad's.
He's a common man.
He didn't wear knitted ones. He wore the boxer.
Boxers are briefs.
Yeah. And see, what else can I tell you about independence?
So then finally Eisenhower came in 52.
Yeah.
And what did you think of Eisenhower?
Oh, he was a popular man. Oh, gosh, everybody loved him. And he was such a good general in World War II. And he was just a shoo-in. I didn't have to campaign. He did, but everybody had their minds made up. They're just going to get Eisenhower in there.
Sure.
And who was his opponent? Was it Truman?
Stevenson? Adlai Stevenson?
Adlai Stevenson, yeah. Now, Adlai Stevenson might have been a good guy, too, but Eisenhower had so much going for him. He, as I say, he didn't even have to campaign. He was in.
What did you think of Joe McCarthy back in those days? Do you remember that?
He did a lot of hollering and on people, and we thought at first it was all right, but I think he hurt a lot of people. Don't you think so? Hurt their reputations, and you can't just be a blowhard like that and say things about people that maybe you're not even sure of.
Sure. Yeah.
We never would have voted for him as president.
Yeah. I know there was one fellow that played an important part in your life, and that was Father Coleman.
Oh,
do you remember
I
some
just
stories?
love Father Coleman. Oh, there was a lot of prejudice against the Catholic Church still in me after I had turned Catholic. And I often wondered if I had made a mistake. And then we had to leave the church. I told Fred, I said, I can't take this pressure. I said, we left the church. We didn't go to Mass or anything. The kids were little, so it didn't matter. And then when we bought our house, we were going over to St. Helena's. Jerry was getting to the point where he should be going to Sunday school. So we thought I told Fred, I said, we've got to make some connections with the church. I didn't know anything about St. Kevin's. Just nothing. Jerry started over there. I think when we moved in, spring of 1938 into Winona Place, Jerry was born in May of 1932. He was six years old. And then I don't think we did anything for about a year. So then he was about 7 or going on 8 or something like that. And I was the one that was pushing it. That he's got to have catechism. And we went over to St. Helena's, and I had to get him registered. Then Ronnie was still too young. But then he went there. And I began to hear, and I would see little circulars are all mentioning St. Kevin. And I thought, where is that church? I had no idea. And as time went on, there was more and more stuff about St. Kevin. And Jerry was supposed to help over at St. Helena School he was supposed to be at confirmation class. And he was helping with a paper sale at Keewaydin School because he was a chairman for his room. He couldn't go to confirmation class on that Saturday because he had this job.
No.
And when he went the next Saturday to confirmation, they kicked him out. Okay, Jerry was out. And then I said to Dad, I've been hearing a lot about St. Kevin. I said, we've got to find out about it. We knew that it was on 28th Avenue, and one evening we went for a ride, and it was on 28th Avenue and 59th Street. And it was dark, and So Dad stopped the car, and he and I went in, and then we went to the back door where there was a light in the sacristy. The church proper was dark.
Mm-hmm.
And who was the priest there? I'm trying to think who it was. Father Coleman. It had to be Father Coleman. Because he founded that church, yes. And he used to be a prize fighter in the Navy. And when he got the call inside of him to go into the seminary, he was 26 years old when he went into the seminary. Old for, usually they come out of college when they're 22, but he went in the Navy, and it was while he was there that he felt the call to go into the seminary. So we parked the car in the back, and Dad and I got out and started walking over to the back of the church where the light was. Dad went up ahead of me, and we had to go up some steps, and he rapped on the door. The door opened. It was Father Coleman, and he went like this. "Did you come to rob me?" And we busted out laughing. And I thought, this is the church for us. He invited us in, and he sat backwards in the church. You know how men, instead of sitting the normal way in the church, he sat in reverse, so that the back of the chair was in front of him.
Oh, okay.
And he was straddling, and he sat there, and he listened to our tale of woe. And Father was all for being kind, encouraging children to come rather than ousting them. That's why he was known as the convert priest. Father Coleman was. And if you could, I just thought the world of that. I'm a convert. There were a lot of ifs and buts in my mind. He straightened everything out for me. He just did wonders. The way he handled Protestants was with kid gloves. Because if he didn't have that kind of treatment, to give them that kind of treatment, where would the church be? You have to keep recruiting new people in. That man had a gift. He was wonderful. Some people may not have liked him, but he put me straight. I didn't have any doubts in my mind of anything. The Catholic Church is it.
How did your sisters react to your converting to Catholicism?
They thought it was just awful that I was a Catholic now. And I told them what I had learned. You know that the very first Christian church on this earth was a Catholic church, and Martin Luther was a Catholic for 15 years. And when there were some grievances that appeared in the church, he wanted those to be corrected. So he was checking with the officers of the higher ups about this, and they didn't want to correct anything, but they kicked him out, and he didn't. But Martin Luther, he just did not want to start a new church. He just wanted those grievances or those wrong corrected.
Yeah.
So I said, he was.
So all of your family pretty much, did they disown you, or?
No, they didn't disown me, because I kept telling them that the Catholic Church has worshipped Jesus Christ for longer years than the Lutherans have. I was giving them what do I want to say? I just want them to know the facts.
The truth.
The truth, yes.
So you were able to keep communicating with them even though they may have disagreed with...
Oh, we never did. We never had any non-communication. It was always there.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I love my sisters. And
so they did try to convert you back?
No, my mother, I had to explain to my mother. I think she felt more hurt maybe than my sisters did. And then my brother marries a Catholic girl, Laura. The differences aren't so noticeable anymore, because I think everybody realizes that we're all worshiping the same God and Christ. We're all Christians, and why have all these prejudices? that divides the people. It doesn't bring them together.
Right.
And look at now, we're having all kinds of communion services with Hope Lutheran. We go over there for Thanksgiving. We were at Hope Lutheran, and we enjoyed communion with them. And then we went in the recreation area in the lower level. Boy, what a nice big feed they had for all of us Catholics. Mm-hmm. Then next year they're coming to our church at Thanksgiving, and we're going to treat them. We did it last year, now they did it this year.
Sure.
And we sing the same hymns. We had the hymn books. The same hymns that we sing on Sunday, we sang at Hope Lutheran then. Mm-hmm. The differences are disappearing.
Starting to blur.
Really.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because I think eventually maybe a lot of those Christian churches will merge. Mm-hmm. They'll have to, because they believe the same way.
Sure.
It's a shame to it when you think of Baptists and Methodists and Lutherans, and I don't know about Christian Scientists, because I don't think that they consider Christ God's Son. I think that it's more like a teacher, like a scientist.
Yeah. Okay. I remember a big event in the 50s was yours and Dad's 25th wedding anniversary. Do you remember that?
Yes. That.
Do you remember what you did to celebrate that?
Wait a minute now. We were married in 1930.
Was that 1955?
In 1950 it would have been...
1955, I think, is what I meant.
Yes, you're right, yeah. Yes. Oh, yes. We had an open house, and people came, and I wonder if I've got that book. I had a register, and the priest came, and we served cake and coffee, and it was written up in the Kevin News, and I remember that very well.
Sure.
People coming. My aunt was still living, my mother's youngest sister, and she came from North Minneapolis with a cousin of mine, and my cousin drove, and they came around. It was already dark, but people had been coming in from 2 o'clock on, all day long. The doorbell was ringing. Oh, that was a fun time, really. And we took pictures. And
I remember it must have been about that time or so that maybe it was a little before that Jerry joined the Army and he became a paratrooper. Do you remember that?
Let's see. Jerry was born in 1930, and I think he was in college, wasn't he, when he signed up?
I think he was about 19 or so.
Let's see, he was born in 1932, and you're usually 18 when you graduate from high school. Mm-hmm. 32 and 18, that's 1950.
Yeah. I think it was about 51, maybe, that he may have joined. Yeah.
When he went in, yeah.
Do you remember any stories that you heard about or that he told about his adventures as a paratrooper?
Oh, yes.
His jumps?
Yes. I remember him telling that they had a mass jump. They all had to go out. They had been trained for this. They all had their parachutes on. They had a spare one on their chest, and the emergency one was here. And the one that, when they pulled the cord, it opened up the one in the back. And they had a count. When they started jumping, we had a count. What was it?
One Mississippi, or
there was a word that they put in there.
One Mississippi.
One what?
One Mississippi, two Mississippi.
Something like that.
Or 1,000.
Something like that. Yes. And when you jumped, you didn't touch anything. You had your hand on the cord, but you didn't pull it. And that's what it was. I think it was one Mississippi, two Mississippi. And then by that time, the plane had flown so that you could pull the cord. And I remember him saying that when he jumped out of that plane, just following the fellow that was ahead of him, and it's a free fall for just those few seconds. And he said, when you pull that ripcord and that chute open, he said it was the most wonderful feeling in the world. And you can just picture all that. And you know that he wrote such a graphic letter about that, and is telling how he was in the Army. And then he said, how did he put that? My first jump wasn't too bad, and the second one, but by the time I jumped for the third time, I was sick to my stomach. I felt like throwing up, and the third jump started working on me.
Mm-hmm.
But they had to go right back up the next day, and all of that had to get out of his system. Mm-hmm. But the first couple jumps weren't bad at all, he
mm-hmm.
said.
Yeah.
And so and this was and in that letter he said, my first jump was on December the 13th. I was the 13th man to exit the plane. They had given me rifle number 413. All those 13s. And everybody thinks the 13 is that. And I always had, when my kids were always on Ina's farm, and like even on the Christmas vacation, they were there for several days. I had a lot of Christmas cookies and goodies. The Christmas tree was up and everything. This was between Christmas and New Year's. So I invited a bunch of neighbors over for coffee. So we were sitting at the dining room table, having our coffee and cookies, and then we had received this letter, and I said to the ladies, I said, I'd like to read you a letter that our son Jerry sent from paratroop school. So the letter was under the tree, and I picked it up and came back, and I read it, and they thought it was just great. And then I said, Cedric Adams, the columnist, I said to the ladies, Cedric, right after the this was after Christmas, he said when he thinks of the new year coming up, all 365 days, and I'll come up with a column. He said, oh me, oh my. I said to those ladies, I said, what would you think if I sent him a copy of this letter so that he could fill at least one column? Do it. They said, go ahead and do it. So I did. And I said, dear Mr. Adams, in a recent column you were bemoaning the fact that you had all these columns to write for the new year. I said, perhaps this will help to fill up one column. And I said, it came from our son who's in paratroop school in Fort Benning, Georgia. And this is his description of his experiences as a new paratrooper. And I typed it up. I didn't hear anything for he wrote it up in like in a Sunday paper. He was gone for 3 weeks. I sent it the first part of January. And about the third week, the third Sunday in January, we had been at Mass at St. Kevin. And do you remember Steve Caston? He became a priest. Steve Caston came running over to our car. And he said, and Mr. Caston, his father, was a printer. He said, my dad was at the Star Tribune yesterday, and they were setting up the print for Jerry's letter in today's paper. And we had already put the Sunday paper on the kitchen table, and Jerry's letter was already in Cedric's column. And you must have been in the car. And my gosh, I said, Dad, let's get home in a hurry. We got home, and I just dashed into the house and found this column, and there it was. And about Mrs. Fred A. Kline from 3205 Winona Place. He received the following letter from her son in Fort Benning, Georgia. Sure. And he said, let's ride the silk with Jerry, is the way he put it. And did I get a lot of reaction from that. When Jerry came home to visit, he came in his paratroop outfit. And I said to Jerry, Miss Sue Green was his first grade teacher at Wicklund School. And she really taught those kids to read and to write. And Miss Sue Green was the ultimate teacher, first grade teacher. And I was so glad that all three of them, did you ever have her?
Yeah.
Oh, she was just great. And so I called Miss Green and I said, your former student, Jerry Kline, is home on furlough.
That was my class. I brought Jerry to class.
Yes. And then when Jerry and I came, there were two seats, 2 chairs up in the... So Jerry sat in one and I sat in the...
Yeah, that was first grade.
First? Yes.
Yeah.
Was that something?
That was.
And then the teacher asked the kids to ask him questions. And one little kid stood up and said, "Are you married?" I remember that. I don't know why that one sticks in my mind, because it was so inappropriate at that time.
Then Jerry did get married later on. Was that about 54 or so?
I think it was in 54.
Yeah. And what can you describe the wedding in Alabama? He married Nell in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was like? And when Ronnie came down?
Oh, yes.
What was that all about?
Yeah, Ronnie came walking into St. Margaret's Church.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wonder if I've got a copy of that. I wonder... You know, when I moved...
Yeah.
A lot of stuff didn't come
Do you remember the story, though, about Jerry and Ronnie passing each other on the street?
Yes.
And what, could you fill us in on that?
Oh, we were, let's see now, I remember that we were in Alabama for Jerry's wedding. We were in a second floor hotel. And we saw, I happened to look out the window, and Jerry knew where we were. And he was coming, and I told Dad, I said, "I see Jerry down there." I said, "He's going to be up here in a little while." And in just that little space of time, the two boys passed each other. Ronnie had put on a little weight, and that Jerry thought, "Gee, that looks like my brother," but there was something a little different about him. And that was really weird. And then we went to the wedding, and there was nobody on our side except Dad and me, but there were a lot of people on Nell's side. They were all from Alabama, and you might know. But then when I wrote and told Ronnie that we were going to be in Alabama for that wedding, I wrote and told him about it at St. Margaret's Church. He asked for time off, and they gave it to him. And somebody was coming to Alabama, and he was able to ride. Oh, he was able to ride with that person, not all the way to Alabama, but he had to take a bus or something to finish his trip. And we were coming out of church when that cab stopped in front of St. Margaret's Church, and out steps Ronnie. If that wasn't a surprise.
He didn't tell anybody that he was planning on coming?
He didn't have any leave coming, but he happened to mention to his superior officer that he's got a brother that's getting married in Birmingham, Alabama on that Saturday morning. And this one guy was, I think he was headed for Chicago or someplace, and Ronnie was able to ride with him part way, most of the way. And he said, "You can take about 3-4 days off."
Okay.
He gave it to him just on the spur of the moment.
Yeah. Okay.
That
Let's stop here just for a tape test. Okay, we're back on the tape. Another thing that I remember back in the 50s that happened was you wrote a letter to the Reader's Digest. Yeah, what was that all about?
Oh, many years ago, when we were driving, Dad, it was a lovely spring evening. This is how it started. It was a lovely spring day. I had been cooking and cleaning. I hadn't stepped outside at all on that lovely spring day. And so when my husband came home from work, we had our dinner, and the evening was still warm and balmy, and I asked him if he would take me out for a little drive. We went, so after we did up our dishes, we went for a drive down Minnehaha Parkway, which runs alongside of the Mississippi River. And the evening was lovely. I was hanging out of the car window, looking at this river, hearing the birds sing. After a long, hard Minnesota winter, it was just lovely to have spring back in Minnesota. The birds were chirping, and the trees were beginning to bud, and the Mississippi River was as smooth as glass, and spring was here. And I turned to my husband and I said, before we were married, we didn't sit this far apart. We kept driving for a minute or two, and then he says, I didn't move. That's what it was. I didn't move. And I mentioned that to somebody, and they thought that was, they laughed about it, which is really true, because it happens to everybody. And heck did when people would laugh about it then, in a joking way, I said, I think I'll send that to the Reader's Digest. And they said, why don't you? It doesn't cost you anything. Would you ever believe that I sent it in the summertime? I think this happened about in May, when Minnesota was in a spring glory. And I sent it in about August. And they finally published it in November. And so when Father Coleman saw that, I didn't tell Father Coleman anything about it. I wasn't bragging about it, nothing. But when he saw me after a meeting or something, at church, it wasn't a Sunday or anything, it was just he was passing me by, and he stopped and he said, I see that you've been published. And I didn't say anything about getting $100 because he would have said, I think you should give us some. But I got $100 for it.
Do you remember the story about the check that you received? How you thought it was junk mail, and you actually had thrown it away?
Was it this one? Oh, yeah, I did.
And I think someone gave you, maybe it may have been Father Coleman, or someone gave you a call that it was published, and you started looking around for that envelope, and you found it in the wastebasket.
Yeah.
It was your $100 check.
Why would they send me anything? I wasn't expecting anything.
Yeah.
But anyhow, do you know what? I mentioned this to one of our priests about not sitting close. I forget which priest was it. Was it Father Jube? But anyway, this priest used this, and he said he used it in his sermon. And I happened to be sick in the hospital at that time, and he used this in the sermon, Sunday sermon. And the Kevin Bells were there because they were celebrating their 30th anniversary as a band. And I should have been there, but I think it was at the time that I was having this pacemaker. There was something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you what. I joined the Kevin Bells in January of 1962, and this was 30th anniversary, 1992.
Okay.
That's when it happened. And so then the priest said, we can apply that same principle to our religion. If you don't feel as close to God as you should, don't forget God hasn't moved. And you know, that has been copied so many. They have found it in the Cappers Weekly, that farm magazine. They have found that little item. That will never go out of style.
And it was found later on in the British version of the Reader's Digest?
Exactly.
And who discovered that? Do you remember that? How did we find out?
My sister-in-law, married to Edward Kline, they lived in England. And she saw my name in there, and she sent me the copy of the British version.
You didn't get another $100 for that?
No. Wasn't that something that Bobby Kline was living there and saw my name in there?
Now, you mentioned the Kevin Bells, and that started in '62. How did that start? What brought it about?
There was Father Coleman's cousin, Eileen Hendricks, was a cousin to Father Coleman. And she had 6 children. And she was the head of the Home and School Association. In a public school, it's the PTA. But in the Catholic schools, Catholic churches, it's Home and School. And
Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. We've been reminiscing. Anyhow, it's, I've lost my train of thought.
You're talking about the Kevin Bells.
Well, yes, Eileen Hendricks thought that the Kevin Bells should be, maybe it would be nice to put on a program, just some kind of entertainment, for the parents of the students. So she told the gals on the committee to get yourself some kind of a hat and some kind of a dress or blouse or something unusual or out of style or whatever, something, so that people will take notice, and create your own instrument. And then at the next PTA meeting, we'll put on this little program. The next PTA meeting was in January, and they got one gal to brush up on her piano playing, and there was a piano in the. They had a little bit of a rehearsal, and I remember going to that PTA meeting, and I don't know, it struck me so funny. Everybody was laughing. It was just funny. Nobody was saying anything funny, but the way they acted, and it hit a funny bone in everybody. Then, lo and behold, when the St. Kevin basketball team played another school, these were church schools, Eileen said, just for the heck of it, during halftime, we put on that little skit that we did for PTA. So they did. And those other parents went, you've got to come to our school. So when they went to that third school, the opponents for their team saw them, and it just kept building up and building up. And that's the way it went. It just snowballed. And look, and that was in 1962. And look at all the money we've made.
What did you do with the money?
It all went to St. Kevin's.
Do you know how much money you've earned over the years?
We figure it's got to be in the 90,000. The only money we kept was we paid the accordionist $15. And then we paid the gals that drove. We didn't have a bus. We gave them $1 for gas. Excuse me. And other than that, all of the money went to St. Kevin's.
How many gals are in the band?
There are something like about 14.
And who is the band leader?
Evelyn Andor.
Okay.
And she hadn't ever done anything like this. And it was wished on her. And that became eventually the Kevin Bells. And look what's happened. We made history, really.
And you also got a little notoriety when you had a chance to go to the Ted Mack Amateur Hour. How did that happen?
And notoriety is when you get famous for the wrong reason.
Okay.
So we got some...
Publicity. Publicity. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I wrote to them, and by gosh, they accepted us. I did it just thinking that there were other amateur groups on that program. Why shouldn't the Kevin Bells be on? And our priest gave money to the gals who couldn't afford to go on the train. But I called the Great Northern. I was making the transportation arrangements and the hotel arrangements. They charged us $18 for a round trip on the Vista Dome. So we could pay that, but some of the gals couldn't. So then Father gave them money for that. And then we stayed at the Sherman House. Dormitory rates, they had 3 of us in a room, and that was like $12 a night. And this was the funny part. All the husbands took their wives to the Great Northern Depot. Dad took me there, and they left for home. So we boarded that Vista Dome, and there were some of the gals couldn't really afford to go, but they were given money by the church, so if they wanted to repay it, okay. Yeah. And so there were a couple of husbands that were on the train. As the train is pulling out, Leo Fox was one of them, and he works for Northwest Airlines, and a couple of other guys, and they're waving for us, and we're waving, and then the train pulled out, and I think about 8 hours later we got to Chicago, and all the taxi cabs were on strike. People in private cars would come to the depot to pick up passengers. And we had Mary, I'm trying to think of her name, but she was a nurse at the Northwestern Hospital, and she must have weighed about 250 pounds, and she had a wash tub and she turned that upside down, and there was a hole in the middle, and then there was a 2x4 on the bottom, which Dad put on for her. So when she would pull on that, then there was a leather thong that went into another hole in there. And when you pulled on that leather thong, you got a boom. And then big wash tub had to go on the train, and that lady that played it had to go on. But
So did you audition to get down there?
no, we did. Yeah, we had some auditions, and they accepted us. We had
26, 1995, and we're talking with Margaret Kline and reminiscing about her life. Mom, in the early 60s, Jerry and Nell moved to Puerto Rico. Do you remember what things were like in Puerto Rico and their life there?
when Dad and I went.
Yeah, when you and Dad went. Yeah.
It was really a big surprise to us in every which way. We went there in the winter, and when we got to Puerto Rico, everything was like it was in Minnesota in July. And it just didn't seem possible that that short plane ride would take us into an area that was so different from where we lived. But the thing that really surprised me was when we were riding in a car, and you could see little kids playing baseball in the street. And they weren't talking English, they were talking Spanish. And I think I had my mouth wide open most of the time because it seemed so strange, those little kids talking Spanish. I had never been in an area where a foreign language was the language of the country. And then it was hard going into restaurants. We didn't know what to order if we didn't have Jerry and Nell with us. But there was always somebody in the restaurant that could speak English. They had to do that, really. Some of the waitresses, not all the waitresses could speak English, but... And then their food was different. They were eating a lot of fruits, and we were eating meat and potatoes in Minnesota.
What did Jerry do in Puerto Rico?
He was connected with associated, I should say, with the Atomic Energy Commission in Mayagüez, western Puerto Rico. And it was called the Atomic Energy Commission at that time. And now it's, I'm trying to think of the new name.
Nuclear Regulatory Commission?
Nuclear Regulatory, yeah.
And what was his work there? Do you know?
I don't quite know. I think it had to do with, in case of any kind of a bomb attack, safety features for the people. That was one main reason for being there. And most of the people there were, I shouldn't say Americans, because Puerto Ricans are Americans too. They were continentals. That was the term always. And then I'm just trying to think, when people from Washington would come down periodically and check to see how things were going on, and they found everything very satisfactory. And this was a big issue, and Hubert Humphrey was the Vice President of the United States at that time, and I wrote Hubert Humphrey a letter, and I got a reply, and the policy down in Puerto Rico was changed completely. Then I realized what a great country America was, that one person with a legitimate gripe about something could make the government change. And I'm really and truly proud of that achievement. When Jerry went there, Nell was expecting I'm trying to think how many children they had. I think this was either their fourth or their fifth. And Jerry had been promised that he could send his children to an English-speaking school, because all the schools in Puerto Rico were Spanish-speaking schools, and that he could send them to this Army-based school at Fort Buchanan in Puerto Rico. And so when he registered Steve and Jennifer, and I don't think Andy was young. No, it was just those two. And then they went there for the whole year, and everything was just fine. But the second year, they put a stop to that. They said Fort Buchanan School is only for military personnel, not for Continentals. And it would have cost, I think it was, what was it? I can't remember now if it was about a thousand or a little below 1,000 a year. I have a feeling that it was around 1,500 for the year. And Jerry would have, the first year that Jerry went there, that he lived there, the children went to school free, tuition free. And this is what he assumed, because he asked about that. Then the second year, they demanded tuition. And so then, let's see, Steve and Jennifer, and I'm trying to think, Andy was next, wasn't he? And I don't remember if Andy started that year. Jerry was there for 5 years. But he did have 3 children in school at one time. And he had to come up with...
So what did you do?
Then Jerry was fussing about it. He said, I double-checked on this tuition business, and I was told that I could send my children here tuition-free. And he said they allowed him to do it for the 1 year. I think it really and truly was overlooked, really. They thought that they were doing the right thing. But the following year, they said, no go. You had to pay.
What did you actually do to?
What I did about that, I was fussing about that, because Jerry said the extra money, Jerry got a raise of $1,500. And that was going for tuition, so it didn't help him at all. And so when Dad and I came back from Puerto Rico, I was talking to Dad about that. I said, Jerry struggled so to get his degree at the university, then his master's degree, and finally his PhD. And they did without a lot. And then now, when he thought he had this good job, now he has to pay this awful tuition. And I said, I think I'm going to write to Humphrey. Humphrey's from Minnesota. It was just a wild idea. And I said, but maybe he hasn't got time to worry about things like this. And Dad said, he's our servant. We put him in there to help us. And with that in mind, I sat down one day, and I had typewriter paper. And I started writing everything connected with Jerry, the hardships that he had in getting his education. And when I got through, I had about 2 sheets, 4 pages altogether. Then, and as I kept thinking about something, I kept putting it on. And then when I finally figured that I had it all in the bag, then I had to start editing it. And so then I sat down and I read all of this on the first page. Humphrey's not interested in this. He's not interested, and I kept crossing out. I was just putting the things that really mattered in there. And I did that with all those 4 pages. And then when I started typing it up, it went there, just the ordinary tablet sheets. I had one side, two sheets like that, just on one side. And I didn't like, it was a bit too long as far as I could see. I figured that Humphrey was a very busy man, and he doesn't have time to turn pages. So I started editing all over again. And do you know that I condensed it? Those sheets are like this, just a little wider, and I got it all on the one side.
Mm-hmm. And then what did you do?
And then I mailed it to the Honorable Hubert H. Humphrey in Washington, D.C., and the zip code. And I had
was he the vice president at that?
He was vice president under Lyndon Johnson. And Dad knew what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you don't have anything to lose. There are servants.
Sure.
And I sent it about I didn't get an answer right away. So I figured that they'd just put it in the wastebasket. But I'm trying to think. When I mailed it, I think I waited a couple of months for an answer. And when I walked home from the post office, the horrible, when I got on Winona Place and I'm walking home, I thought, what have I done? I've written to the second most important person in the United States about our personal problem. The awfulness of it hit me. Should have thought but I was so wrapped up in this and I wanted to do something about it. Then I was expressing my doubts about all of this to Dad. He said, don't worry about it. He said, they don't have to do anything about it if they don't want to, but on the other hand, they can. And he said, that's what they're there for, Dad kept insisting. Okay, so then I felt better about it. I thought, I haven't committed a crime anyway. And I did. I think I mailed it. It was in the fall, but by golly, about the middle of December, I get a letter from the White House, from Humphrey. And I thought, oh, Humphrey's sending me a Christmas card. I mean, that conceited me. And then, boy, I tell you, that was something. I could hardly wait to get home and open it. And boy, I sat down at the kitchen table and I carefully opened it. And he said, Dear Mrs. Kline, I received your letter and I have had copies sent to the Atomic Energy Commission, and there was another one. Oh, they had to give permission, but he had 3 copies made. I'm trying to think they'll come to me. And he said, when I hear from these other parties, I will be in touch with you and I'll let you know. And that was that. And oh, I was elated. I thought something is going to be done. And I'm trying to think when it finally went through, so that when Humphrey wrote to me, he said, Department of Education and Welfare and all of that got one, and that was the second one. And then I can't remember what the third one was. And I haven't thought about this for such a long time that I had to...
That's okay. That's all right.
Yeah. And he sent copies to 3 different organizations in there. Yeah, well, his was one, and then the 2 others.
And he wrote to you back then?
And then he said, when I hear from them, he said, I will be in touch with you. And that was that. And I thought, gee, maybe something will come of it. And he got a letter from the welfare department, and they said nothing doing, but that changed eventually. And so all 3 agreed that something had to be done. And I'm trying to think now. I don't remember if we let Jerry in on this or not. I just don't remember. But when that letter came around close to Christmas, when I thought Humphrey was sending me a Christmas card, Dear Mrs. Kline, I have heard from all the departments. And he said, and the good news I have for you is that it's going through. Your son can send his children to the Buchanan Army Base School tuition free. And you know what happened? And he said, this has set a precedent. No one ever has to pay tuition at that Fort Buchanan Army Base when they're working for the government. But see what I mean, Bernie? That whole, what would I call that?
Procedure?
An Army regulation or whatever, it was canceled. And he said, no one ever has to pay. And just one lousy little guy person. And I had so much respect for the government to think that they helped to clarify that issue. And thinking of the American citizen, Jerry was working for the government. And it was like he took that advanced, he did get a raise, but that the whole raise went for the tuition. And it was like he was being penalized for that. That's the way I felt about it. I tell you, I could have danced around the moon. Boy, I was just so happy.
Okay. Then there's a sad time that happened in the 60s, and that was with Ronnie. Do you remember some of the things about Ronnie and what his problems were?
Yes, he had rheumatic fever, which affected his heart. And he was under constant care. I took him to the doctor, I think it was every month. And he did have some damage to his heart. Mm-hmm. And this is when he signed up for the second. He had been in Germany. I'm trying to think of that army base in Germany that it was. And he had tried to commit suicide when he was in Germany. He had tried to jump. He was going to jump out the window, and someone grabbed him by the legs, and then he had to go to they had to put him in the hospital to have his spleen removed because his spleen ruptured. Those were sad days. Oh.
Where was he brought to then in the United States?
Oh, Ronnie didn't want to go to the St. Cloud State Hospital. He felt that he didn't want people to see him there. And he asked for a hospital on the West Coast. And so then I contacted the Army, and I said, when our son, Ronald Kline, comes to Minneapolis or comes to Minnesota, why, perhaps he could go to the Army hospital in Denver, Colorado. That wouldn't be as far for us to go to see him. And that's where he ended up, in Denver. And then we went to see him. And he walked like a sick man. He's just like Dick. And listless. The zip was gone. You could tell he was mentally ill. It was a real, that was just tore your heart. Oh, really. He was in Denver, and they would always give us a report on how he was doing, because we couldn't keep running to Denver all the time. So then we asked for a transfer to St. Cloud, and that was better. He was at the St. Cloud Veterans Hospital. So it didn't take long to go up there, because St. Cloud was, about 85 miles or something like that from Minneapolis. So we used to go up there. And then we'd take him out to dinner. And then Grandma Kline had a cousin living up there. And Grandma was staying with us for a while, too. And then when we went up there, and then Grandma was staying with her cousin, too, Tilly Zierden, remember? And so what we would do is we'd stop at the VA hospital. That is when he was allowed to come out and visit. We could take him out for an afternoon. So we'd pick him up, and we'd go over to Tilly's house, and Grandma would be there, and he would visit okay, but then we had to have him back. But we saw more of him. Then we were going up to St. Cloud every weekend. And I don't quite remember how long he was there. Do you?
It was about a year.
I think that. Mm-hmm. It was good having him in Minnesota so that we could see him, and he did progress, and he was even making plans for the future. But what he had was schizophrenia, and that usually hits young men in their late 20s. There's nothing that can be done about it, and there's thousands of those young men in the United States that have that. But what brings it on, I don't know. But it doesn't affect young women in that age. It's always young men. And he was 28, 29, something like that. Oh, you can put up with physical disabilities, but when it's mental, it just tears your heart out. He was such a good-looking kid, and that just like Dick. Yeah, it's a lot of things we don't understand. Life can be awfully hard, but it can be very pleasant, like now, being with you here. So it's got its joys and its sorrows, but I wouldn't have missed living. I'm glad I had the experience of living in getting to know a lot of people, having a good family. And the family that I grew up in, my mother was just an angel, really. She didn't have anything, but we were so poor. We were awfully poor. But she always had a smile on her face. And she used to, there was no money coming into our house at all, none. And then my mother was like a Swedish masseuse. She would massage people. And they'd come in the morning from out of town, small towns. And my mother had a couch in the dining room, because that's where we had the fire, the heater. It was like a oil barrel on its side, but it had a lot of these finials, and it was black with a lot of nickel on it. And boy, we used to bring our clothes down from upstairs and just sit there and get dressed for school there. But anyhow, my mother would put a blanket over that couch. It was one of those, what did they used to call it? It had a built-in top. You know how the pillow, and then she'd put a blanket on that, and then she'd put a sheet over that. And she used to massage these people, and she used to use olive oil and massage all these muscles and beside that heater. So these people were comfortable. And all day, and she'd get maybe $3 for it. Mm-hmm. Just think, I think it's about $25, $30 or something like that, a half hour for a professional massage. But I have to say that my half-brother, if it did so much to help us with food, he used to go out and eat shine deer out of season. They all did that up in Michigan. If they caught you, boy, they'd fine you. But my father was so religious, but he didn't see anything wrong in killing deer because we needed it.
What did Sulo do for a living?
A lumberjack.
Did he ever marry?
No, he never married. How?
Can you tell us something about him?
There was a time when he liked his booze, moonshine. I'll never forget one time, he was a teenager. At Halloween, they used to go over and knock over the outside toilets all over. And, oh, golly, did my father hit him. Oh, and he used a strap on him, and he was a teenager. And my mother had to intervene. And it was my father's son, and my mother was a stepmother. Mm-hmm. She made my father quit because he thought anything that you did like that was a horrible sin. You weren't supposed, and we would now call it a misdemeanor, but
not quite as sinful.
Because when you stop to think of it, how would the people go to the bathroom when their toilet was upside down or on its side? Because you had to run out to that Biffy, and you had a big Sears catalog in there, and you never took the shiny pages because we always looked for the black and white pages. And when you're sitting there, you're doing this to make it softer. My mother never bought toilet paper. We didn't need it. Sears Roebuck supplied us. I bet they know. We also had the Montgomery Ward catalog, so we didn't ever run out. We'd get a summer edition, then we'd get a fall edition. It was big. Miller and companies kept us in toilet paper. I'm talking vulgar, but that was our way of life, really. Oh, we had to have what they called a thunder mug, where the little kids couldn't go run out to the Biffy. But I have to tell you this. When Dad and I were on our way to Texas to visit Jim, and I think it must have been Jim and Ann. He was never married to Bonnie and living in Texas. No. Mm-hmm. Well, anyhow, we went to Eisenhower's home. I think it was Abilene, Kansas, where Eisenhower grew up. And they conducted tours through the building, through the house. It was just an ordinary siding house. Have you been in it?
Yeah.
And then after we looked at everything on the main floor, then we took the stairway up. Very much like our house in Winona. And there was a thunder mug. Only it wasn't the kind that had a handle on the side. This was like a pail, but it had a white tight-fitting lid on it, and it was white enamel. And the tour guide told us here was this nice bed, just a smallish bedroom. This is the room that Mamie and Ike stayed in when after they were married and when they came back to Emily. So they had thunder mugs too. They're just common, ordinary people, but there's something up in their heads that makes them above the common straight. I don't know what it is, but they got a brain that's... what makes some people so way above the ordinary person? What is it? Is it the genes? I'm talking about Gene. No, not Jean. And when we were in that area, we went to, Dolores Kline is married to Grandpa's brother. No, Freeman. Freeman, yeah. Freeman Kline, yeah, he was, Freeman Kline was Fred's younger brother, youngest brother. She came from Chapman, Kansas, and Eisenhower had a brother who was a druggist. And then when Dolores was a teenager in Chapman, Kansas, why, they used to go to the Eisenhower drugstore, just like teenagers now. But anyhow, I'm trying to think of things that would be
Let's maybe go back to after Dad retired. What year did he retire? And do you recall?
He retired in 19...
Okay. And how was your life with in retirement then with Dad?
I never had to worry about that because he had his hobby, the amateur radio. And then he was active in the camera club, and they would meet once a month and show all kinds of pictures and different camera techniques and things like that. But Dad really kept busy, and he always went to the Courage Center. That was his volunteer work. He worked at the Courage Center, and he helped people that had strokes and those that were interested in shortwave radio. He brought them literature, and he went, every Wednesday was Courage Center Day. He didn't miss, because it meant so much to those people to have someone come in.
Did he work with them on shortwave radio?
I'm trying to think. They had one there, yeah. And I suppose some of them, depending on how interested they were in the mechanics of the radio. But every Wednesday, when he first started to go to the Courage Center, he always left right after lunch. And then he had to drive about a half hour. It was in Golden Valley. And he'd drive about a half hour and get there about 12:30 or so, and then, or depending on the condition of the streets, especially in the wintertime. And then he'd leave about, 3:30 to avoid the rush. And then he did that for the first year. And then the second year, he started going right after breakfast and spending the whole day, and then coming home around before 4 o'clock. But he felt that he could do so much better, and there were so many young people that were interested in shortwave radio. He felt he could do more that way, and he just loved it.
Didn't he win an award, a civic award, for his work there? Do you recall that?
In connection with shortwave radio, yeah. Teaching young people, young men, about shortwave radio. He did win that, huh? That was really nice. And he stayed with the camera club for several years. And I can't remember him not ever being idle in any way. He would be down talking with people all over the country, in South America, and it was just amazing. All the cards that he would get.
From the people that he had talked with?
Yeah, all the contacts that he made.
Did he keep himself pretty busy then through retirement? Keeping him day to day? Did he?
Yes, because there was always something to do around the house, and he could do quite a few big jobs, but it took a little bit longer. But we had our house so well fixed that we had aluminum siding put on. I remember he said, because the house had to be painted about every 4 years or something like that. And then it would blister in places, and that had to be scraped off and painted a couple times before the final coat went on. There was a lot of work on that and keeping that house, the siding, looking good. And he said, before I retire, we're going to have aluminum siding on this house, and we did.
How would you characterize Dad? What were some of his real strong points?
Patience. Oh, patience with anybody, and always looking at their side of it, not only his side. But he was so fair. I've never known anybody like that he was so well liked at Northern States. And I have to tell you this, Northern States was getting bigger and they needed more technical men like Dad. And he, you know that when it came, like when the departments were expanding and they needed department heads, some men, do you remember Albert Lee? He had a degree from the university, electrical engineering degree from the University of Minnesota. And you know what, Dad would give him a ride to work every day and every evening, he'd bring him home. And he lived only about 2 blocks from us. And Dad said, Albert Lee is he's a real smart guy, but he spends so much time on details. And Dad couldn't be bothered with details. He always took the overall picture, and he put his time into what really mattered. Forget about the little itty-bitty stuff. But see, Dad was promoted ahead of Albert Lee because they knew what. And you know what was really good, and Dad knowing shortwave, because they were sending shortwave over the power lines. He was in communications with Northern States and the electrical, and he knew electricity from A to Z like anybody would, because he'd had so much training. When he got his job at Northern States at $100 a month, can you imagine? I can't. It's so quiet, and I don't consider him a pest in any way. He isn't. He jumps on my lap once in a while, but then he gets off real quick too. But
let me talk about some of the interesting things that happened when we as a family got our first TV. Do you remember anything about the first television?
Yes, we got that in 1951. I remember that. Tallest balls down the block had a TV. And Jim would always go over there because Jim and our Jim and Dick Tallisball were good friends. And he would go over there like around after school and sit there and watch. And then none of us were getting that privilege. Nobody that we knew had a TV. But then finally got ours about in 1950 or 50, something like that. And we didn't have it on all day long or anything like that. We were choosy about our programs. Like the kids had homework to do. They couldn't watch TV. They had to do their homework. We had to police it a little bit so that because it was a novelty. Pictures in your living room, my gracious, that was really something. When you think of all the things that we've lived through, even radio. I remember one time I was listening to 2 Finnish women talking, and this one woman was telling the other one in Finnish, and of course I could understand it. She said, there was some music coming from that other house. They don't have a Victrola or anything like that, she said. It was a radio, and she didn't know the radio. It was in the summer, the windows were open, and she said that music was just beautiful. KDKA, Pittsburgh, and WLS, world's largest store, Sears, Chicago. Those were the 2 main radio stations. But everybody knew KDKA.
Do you remember the Armistice Day snowstorm in about 1940?
Oh, do I remember that. Jim was a baby. He was born in August, and this was November. And I was really tied down with a baby. And Dad had the day off, and he had his radio desk his shortwave radio desk in the dining room, remember that? And he was sitting there, and I didn't have very many chances to go downtown. We didn't have the shopping markets or anything. We had to go downtown to do our shopping, Dayton's and Donaldson's and Penny's. And for me to take the streetcar and to go downtown was a treat. And I thought, Dad's home now, and after breakfast, he's going to be here all day, and I'm going to run downtown for a couple of hours. And I got the breakfast dishes out of the way and got myself dressed, and I had my overshoes on, and Dad was sitting there at his desk, and the dining room window was right here, and he said, I want you to look outside. He said, it's snowing. And I've been listening to the radio, and they're saying that there's going to be a lot of snow. And I know how he felt when he told me this. He said, I really don't think you should go. And then I looked out, and the snow was coming down pretty good, really. And it was in the morning. And with the baby, we had to have milk, and we were running out of milk. And we used to have the milkman come to the house, and he'd just leave the milk bottle on the doorstep. We'd leave the glass bottles there, and then he would take those and leave the filled ones. But every day he came. And this particular morning, our milkman didn't come. And we needed milk for Jim. And Dad looked out the kitchen window, and he said, there's an Olean dairy truck. They used to deliver milk to the house. And he said, I'm gonna corner that. And he put overshoes on, and he put his jacket on, and his cap, and his mitts, and away he went. And by golly, he came home with a couple of quarts of milk. But we couldn't go to the store. We couldn't go any place, really. But
Did you go downtown?
no, I didn't go. No, and you know what happened to the people that were working downtown? And when they quit at 4:30 and 5 o'clock, they had to stay in their offices all night. They couldn't come home because the streetcars weren't running either. We didn't have buses then. And I would have been stranded in some hotel or in some corner, just sitting on the floor, waiting. I would have been there all night long. See how smart Dad was? No kidding. He said, I don't think you should go. Just like that. He never raised his voice. He just made a statement. And I was smart enough to listen to him.
Wasn't that the storm that a number of people lost their lives into?
You know what?
Yeah.
There were a lot of people that had gone duck hunting, and they were on an island in the river, I suppose the Mississippi River, and they were stranded on that island. How was anybody going to get to them with a boat? Because they were duck hunting. Oh, I tell you, I was just so happy that I didn't go downtown, that I listened.
One of the traits and characteristics about Grandpa and his toothpicks?
Yeah, I'll tell you, whenever he finished...
One of the traits and characteristics about Grandpa and his toothpicks?
Yeah, I'll tell you, whenever he finished a meal, he went into the cupboard. He knew exactly where the toothpick glass was. And he'd take a toothpick, and then he'd come back and sit down at the table and pick his teeth. And you know what? That was the best way to clean your teeth, because he never went to a dentist. And he had the best teeth of the whole family. And the rest of us are running to the dentist, and we're buying toothbrushes and the stressing brush. But I don't know what. Oh, and one time he did have to have, I forget if it was he did have one tooth pulled in the back. We'd been married for a long time when that happened, but he did have a little decayed spot, a little cavity, and he was going to a Dr. Olofsson on Franklin Avenue, and there were two Dr. Olofssons. They were brothers, and anyhow, he'd gone to this doctor a couple of times, and then. So when the doctor put him in the dentist chair and put the little, and Dad opened up and said, "Oh, this is the guy that's got all the teeth." Because most people didn't have their teeth like that.
Now, Dad had one great big gold tooth.
You know what?
Where did
He
that
had a
come
gold tooth, kind of in the same spot that I have. When he was going to the Kline Electrical School in Chicago, And he wanted his little car. It was a little racer car. He used to take me courting in it. It had a little racer body. It was a Model T at one time, but when he was going over the Portage Lake Ship Canal after we had a date, and he had to drive 28 miles after he left me at home, and then went on to the depot where he was working. Well, a rainstorm came by and took the whole top. It was isinglass curtains, those floppy kind, and the whole top went into that canal. So here he is, it's pouring rain, he's got nothing over his head. Nothing. You might know how soaked he was when he got it. He still had about 20-some miles to go. All that rain and the top of that touring car is down in that. Really, it was crazy. And then you know what he did? Instead of trying to get a new top for it, he sent for that racer body. It had a bullet nose, and it didn't have any doors on, and the girls didn't wear slacks at that time. So he was very polite. He had me get in there because I had it with my leg over, and I've got no slacks on, a skirt and panties. So he never sat in there. And then I got in, and then when I got in and I pulled my skirt down, then he got into the car. He always did. And then we went to Hancock, Michigan. This is where I was born, in Hancock. And we were going to go to a movie there. This was 28 miles from Winona. And I was always afraid that when we parked, you know how I had to get out of that car? I had to get both legs over the door. And I was afraid people on the outside could see my underwear. I always wanted him to park where there was another car right close by, so that I suffered when I drove it. When I was in it, it was fine, but getting in and out was horrible. I wish girls had worn slacks. Now you're learning about our mode of travel. It was just the times. And when we go down M26, that's Michigan 26, that's a big highway up in the boondocks. We go to Beaver Dam, and when we came into Beaver Dam, there was a slight rise there, not a high hill or anything, so that the town was up just maybe about 3 feet or so. And when we'd come down that little racer, we were so close to the pavement, we were sat so low, people would be staring at that road bug. Gee, we got more stairs.
Why did he chip his tooth?
Oh, that too. He was in that. Oh, let's go back to that. He wanted that little racer in Chicago. He didn't have it. So Marcella and Ed, his younger brother, drove all the way to Chicago from the upper Michigan. You might know what a long trip that was. And then, let's see, and he had, so after they went back to Michigan, they went back on the train, and he went to I think it was the Wildwood, like Excelsior Amusement Park, and he was on, it wasn't the roller coaster, but it was some kind of a thing, and he hit his head on the back of the seat that was in front of him, and it cracked that tooth. But he was having fun, and this happened.
So then, just for the record, then Dad died in 1980. Is that right?
81.
1981.
We had our 50th anniversary in September 6, 19. We were married September 6, 1930. But then, like in the fall of the year, he was going to go in for simple prostate surgery. And I wrote to you guys and said that Dad was going to be operated on. And I even described the operation, right? Just simple prostate surgery, because that's what the doctor said it was going to be. And he would never had to be hospitalized very long. But he was a physician. He had called in a surgeon. We made plans, and how did we get to I'm trying to think. Oh, I think Jim must have taken me down there, huh? Anyhow, he was scheduled for an early operation. It was in the morning early. And we got down there, and I think the operation was going to be around 8 o'clock or something like that. He helped me. We sat together, and other people came after us, and they sat in this waiting room, waiting to hear what the verdict would be after the operation was over. And then an hour went by, 2 hours went by, 3 hours went by, and we weren't hearing anything. Nothing. And it seemed to me like it was between 3 and 4 hours before we found out. The doctor, the surgeon, came down, and when it was over. And I think, when I thought about it later, I thought he said this to cover up his mistake. Because that surgeon sat right beside me in this waiting room, and he said, "Why wasn't this done before?" And afterwards, when I realized what he was covering up on it, I should have answered and said he'd have been dead earlier. That's what would have happened. That surgeon made a hole in his bladder, and he bled to death 4 hours after surgery. 4 hours afterwards, he was dead. And I had written to the boys, and I said, "Dad's going in for this very simple operation." Oh, I could have died. It was absolutely horrible. And it shouldn't have ever happened. And a lot of people said to me, "Are you going to sue the doctor?" And when Dad would read this in the paper or see it on TV or anything, and people would sue the doctor, this is what he always said. That doctor has tried his best. He's done what he was trained to do, and he shouldn't be punished for that. He was doing what he thought was the right thing. But this doctor definitely goofed. Why did he have to cut a hole in his bladder? He was, I don't know, that knife slipped some way or another, and he bled to death 4 hours after. You can tell that was definitely a horrible mistake for a doctor to make. And then I was asked, "Are you going to sue the doctor?" And I said, Dad's words kept ringing in my ears. The doctor tries his best. How could we say? How could we blame him? Because we didn't know. But everybody had the feeling, like I did, that he did make a mistake. But then he also called. He said, when people sue a doctor, they're just suing for blood money. He didn't have any sympathy with that kind of procedure, and I couldn't do anything about it. If I had sued the doctor, guess what? I'd be in that courtroom, and those lawyers are so darn smart, they would make me feel like a criminal, that you're trying to get money out of it. You're not entitled to it. That this was one of those things that just happens. Mm-hmm. I couldn't do that. I just couldn't do it. But it was awfully hard to get used to. But I still lived in. I lived in that house from when he died in November 18, 1981. And then I moved out in the last of March, 1991. I was there for a long time alone. But you know, when after he died and I was there alone, the first night I'd hear some kind of a noise, and I would just stiffen up in bed and I wonder, who's trying to get in here? Doherty's were right next door, and I thought I could always call them. But every sound scared the heck out of me. After a while, you get used to those sounds, and our neighborhood was quiet.
How long did you live in the house then on Winona Place?
We moved in there we wanted to be in before May the 1st, so that we could get the homestead tax, which was a lot cheaper.
And that was in
1938.
1938. And that was about when Jim was born?
1930, yeah, I think it was, 1938. Oh, and then Jim was born in August of 1939. Yeah, it was April the 28th, 1938. Yeah, that's right.
And then you sold the house. When did you sell the house?
I sold the house. I moved into Nakoma Square on March the 28th, 1991. And then if I had lived in it till April of 1991, let's see, 91 and 38, that would be 3. 73 years I lived in that house. Isn't that something? All of the kids were born in that house. I just love that house. But we did so much. Dad, when we were looking, oh, I gotta tell you, when we started looking for a house, that's when FHA came in, and this was about in the 19...
Before you get started on that story, can I just maybe talk about a little bit of comic relief? Can you tell me about the Dohertys?
I don't think anybody could have stood them like we did. And guess what? I have to. I'll go back to that. But I haven't seen Jimmy Doherty in years and years. And by golly, where the heck was I? I sat next to him a couple weeks ago. I'm trying to think where I was. His face is more bulgy, bloated, and he's heavier.
What was some of your outstanding memories of that family?
Beverly Doherty was a honey. She was a high school English and Latin teacher, very educated person, a genteel person. Mr. Doherty, Roland Doherty, was always going to the night school at the university, and he co-authored a book with another, and I think that she thought that he was really like an intellectual person. But how she got acquainted with the Dohertys, Roland Doherty was an only son, and his mother was a widow, and she had a rooming house in the Hennepin Lake area, that lagoon area. And anyway, Roland was living there with his mother, and she was widowed. Beverly Doherty, in the meantime, has graduated from the University of... she went to St. Olaf, and then she went to the University of Minnesota. And she was a librarian and a Latin teacher also. And she was in that Hennepin Lake area, and she was going to be a librarian in that area, and she was looking for a place to live. She found Mrs. Doherty's rooming house, and Mrs. Doherty had a son named Roland. That's how they got acquainted, but they never should have been married, never.
When did they move into Winona Place?
I think, let's see, Gentry's lived there first. I think it was about 1944? Something like that, 49.
And then they had Jimmy shortly thereafter?
No, Jimmy was a baby when they moved in. And she didn't know the first thing about taking care of a baby because she'd been in school so much, and she had all these degrees. Oh, brother, she was just full of degrees.
So what made her an unfit mother?
One time I was coming home from downtown, and Mrs. Doherty's mother was on the bus, and she told me, she said that Beverly has asked me to raise Jim. Beverly wanted her mother to raise the kid. She couldn't hope. Here she's a gal that's had her nose in books all these years, and along she comes, now she's got to start cleaning dirty diapers, and that's not for her. She was above all of that. But here's me next door, lots of dirty diapers, 4 babies. and I was happy to do it, really. But she was out of her element being a mother, really. And Doherty was everlastingly gonna make a pump that people that had summer cottages could use in case their cottages caught on fire. Well, they could put that pump in the lake and pump the water, and the water would just put that fire. He was working on that pump, and you know what? See what I mean? They're intellectual people. And Dad could see through, and our Dad's comments were so fine that we got disgusted with Doherty's. We always liked Beverly. She was a honey. But the old man and the kids, really, they did the most outlandish things. And let's see.
Do you remember when they worked on their car at night?
On the what?
When they worked in their car at night?
Oh, they had clunkers. They'd have not only two, there'd be another car in front of Dory's house. There'd be 3 clunkers there. And they always started to work around 10 o'clock at night. And people were listening to the radio news or TV news, whatever, and the Dohertys were out there climbing metal on metal. And our bedroom had a front window facing one place, and this is where the cars were, and a window on this side, and this is where their house was. We were hemmed in by the Dohertys. And they were so darn noisy, and Doherty swore and cussed like everything. Really, things just weren't going right.
Do you remember when Jimmy took a shot at our garage?
Yes. How did that happen? What?
I had come home late at night from a date, and I hadn't turned on the light.
Yeah.
And he always had these no trespassing signs all around the property. And he heard the noise and my scuffling just coming out of the garage.
Yes.
And pretty soon I got in the house and I heard the bang, 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 and he was shooting the garage.
There was a bullet hole on the wall. This wasn't just the front, but it was the side. Every time I was in my garden, I could see that. How we survived is amazing.
Do you remember how they mowed their lawn? Do you remember how they mowed their lawn? Flashlight?
He had the little
Yes.
he had a little generator hooked up to the lawnmower and produced a little light, and he started.
Why didn't he mow his lawn in the daytime like normal people? But it had to be at night when you couldn't see the grass. This is what I'm saying. And Beverly played the piano just beautifully. And in the summertime when the windows were open, I could hear her play. And one of the songs she played quite a bit, I'm in the mood for love. And then it's June and January because I'm in love with that goon. I was at McDonald's with Dolly and a couple months ago, or maybe a month and a half ago, and just as we were sitting closer to the front, and then so when we got out of our seat, this guy says, "Oh, hello, Mrs. Kline." It was Jimmy Doherty, the son. And his face was, I said, "Jimmy Doherty." I said, "For goodness sakes," I said, "I haven't seen you in a long time." And he told me that there's new people in my house, and but they all got to get used to Doherty. But
the training starts. Oh no.
Beverly Doherty died several years ago, and you could see her failing. She never should have married Roland Doherty, but because...
Now, an important person in your life is Dolly Bertelson.
Yes.
And what are some of the things you do together?
Everything. I don't have a car, and I live in a high rise. And where would I be? I'm in a 1-bedroom apartment, which I'm buying. It's a condo. I had to buy it. I put the down payment from my house into this, but when I move, if and when that happens, I get my money back. I think I get my down. I don't know if I'm going to get all of my down payment, but I do get some. I've got an equity.
Let's get on to talk about Dolly.
Anyhow, Dolly she's divorced, and she has one son, but her husband died many years ago. And how did Dolly meet him? Oh, she was a nurse, and then I'll have to ask how she met him. His mother.
When did you first meet Dolly?
Oh, remember Thelma Gamick?
That's another neighbor we had to talk about.
Another neighbor. Why? I must have lived in a screwy neighborhood. Am I screwy? I kind of wonder, because it should rub off birds of a feather. I didn't know this was getting to be a comic hour.
Okay. So Dolly, you met Dolly.
Well, I went over to, Thelma kept telling me that I know Anne Folene's sister. I knew Anne Folene from St. Kevin's, but I didn't know anybody by the name of Dolly Bertelson. So she talked about, she mentioned Anne's sister, Dolly. So one day I went over to Thelma's, and Dolly is sitting in Thelma's kitchen. And this is the first time that I laid eyes on her. And so I said, so we sat across, the room wasn't very big anyway. And I said, gee, I said, I've heard much about you, but I said, I never thought I'd ever meet you. I said, I've known Anne Folene for many years through the Alder Society. And so we talked, and nothing special happened that night. And then through Anne, and she would come to some of the doings at St. Kevin's too. She wasn't registered over there, but she did register later. And then Thelma, I think about a year or so later, Thelma passed away. And then Dolly and I, we would see each other at church, and but I couldn't tell that anything special, any kind of a special friendship was going to come out of this. She was nice to be with. Have you ever met her?
Oh yeah.
She's a flamboyant type person. When she wears earrings, they're the size of $50, and they're bright colored. She wants color in her life, and she's like an ostrich. She really wears clothes nicely too, and she used to model when she was younger. And here's short, stubby me alongside of her, but she is, you don't ever judge a book by its cover, really. And she's so compassionate, and she was a nurse, which means that she liked to take care of people. And she was also a waitress at the Covered Wagon downtown. And she found out that she was just an LPN. She wasn't a registered nurse, but just a licensed practical, whatever. Yeah. Anyway, it wouldn't have anything to do with medication, but just to take care of sick people. And anyway, I began to see her at St. Kevin's, and then I would sit with her, and it just started out like that. And in her house, she's still in her own house, and she doesn't live too far away. And when I met her, I still had my car, and but eventually I had the kids told me to get rid of the car. There's a lot of traffic out there, you said, which was true. Then by that time, Dolly and I were good friends, and I told her that my kids want me to get rid of my car. And she said, you don't have to worry about that getting to churches. I'll be more than glad to take you to church. And Dolly, and really and truly, doesn't have very much money. Not really. And so I would buy gas for her because she was taking me places, and why shouldn't I reciprocate? And when we'd go out to eat, well, I'd buy her a lunch occasionally and maybe a supper occasionally. And it just evolved. It wasn't just a big splashy thing. But she liked being with me, and when she needed any sewing or anything, I would fix it for her because she doesn't know the first thing about sewing. And then when I had to sell my car, she said, don't worry, if you've got a doctor's appointment, I'll be more than glad to take you. And it just happened. And even over at church, if they see Dolly, they'll say, where's Margaret? I mean, we're like the Goldust twins.
Mm-hmm. Have you had a good life?
What?
Have you had a good life?
Oh, there were some things I wish Ronnie could have lived. That's been the sorrow of my life. I wish Dad could have lived longer. He was 73 when he died, and Ronnie was 28. But other than that, this is one of my treasures, and you're the added ones. and Jerry with his 5, and Jim and Ann. And there's one sad note. Kathy doesn't get in touch with her dad. Kathy's got a baby. And I think that she married an older man who's got grown kids. But she makes no effort to see Jim, and that's the sorrow in his life. But Beth makes up for it. She is just a honey. She sent me a Halloween card. I've never in my life gotten a Halloween card. And Beth and Ann and Jim have done a good job in raising her, really. And she's at Vanderbilt University now on a scholarship, which is worth $30,000. Can you imagine? And she's a good student. And another thing that helped her was all the volunteer work she does in hospitals. She likes to take care of people. And so it shows that she's compassionate. And I don't know what she plans to do with her life, but I'm really glad for Jim and Ann's sake that she turned out so well.
And just before we wrap up here, when you go back to Minneapolis after you visit Jim and Ann, you'll be facing surgery then?
Yes, I'll be coming back on the 3rd. They sent me my tickets too. And I'll be coming back on the 3rd. I think then the following day I'm going to call Dr. my physician at the Aspen Clinic, and I'm going to talk to him about this, because he's the one that told me when they took x-rays. He told me, he said, you're going to have a hip replacement. I'll tell him that I would like to get scheduled in for surgery. First of all, old Jim was so insistent on this when I was talking to him about this. He said, be sure you get a good orthopedic man, not just anybody. They could botch it up. There's a lady in my building that's had a double one, both of them done. And she walks as good as new, and there's several that have had just one done. And I think that, first of all, I'm going to talk to the lady that has a double and get the name of that doctor. But then I was telling Jim, I said, well, if it isn't covered with Share, that's my HMO. He said, the heck with Share. If he's a good orthopedic man, use him, because maybe the Share doctor wouldn't be as good. He said, be extra careful who you get. I'd like to do that, but how do I go about it? Because I don't want this to be botched. I want this to be as good as new, because that's what they say. Everyone that has had that done, that I've talked to, say, I wished I had done it sooner. I didn't have to do it sooner because I didn't have this problem. But after the cold weather set in, boy.
Outside of your bad hip, do you have any other health problems?
I've got high blood pressure and I've got a pacemaker.
Are you pretty active though?
Oh heavens, you can't keep me down. I've got a lot of incentive, and I've got a lot of pep really. When I start dragging, who was it that said, I haven't seen you this slow in a long time? But I'm glad I have a lot of zest for living. I want to do things. And I'm 85 years old, but that stopped me. That's just what the calendar says. But when my doctor said, you don't look your age. And I never had a doctor tell me that. Of course, I never been to a doctor in my 80s except him. He's the only one. First of all, do you think I'm losing my wits? I kind of wonder if I'm failing, and they're just laughing because they think they have to laugh. But if I'm losing my marbles, tell me. Be honest.
This will be priceless. These tapes.
I can tell that in lots of ways I have a little memory lapse. But if I think on it hard enough, it so often comes back. But I got a lot of stuff stored up in here, and a lot of it's junk. But they've always told me that I've been good on dates. Remember, not the kind you eat.
Not the kind you go on.
No, it took a while. I haven't had a day. I think the last date that I had was I was married September 6, 1930. I think the last date I had was with Dad, September the 5th.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about your life and your memories and people you've known?
Vi Hubbard was a good friend. Her son, he was adopted, and he played the accordion for the Kevin Bells. But there was something about Vi. We just liked one another. And for 8 years, I went to Winter Park, Florida, and stayed with Vi. That first year that I went, she would let me come home. And I had to keep calling Northwest Airlines and telling that I won't be coming, I'll be coming next week. Next week came and said, oh, you just can't go, you just can't go. Northwest Airlines again. And I was supposed to come home, I think it was 6 weeks before I finally could. I had to call Northwest Airlines 6 times to tell them that I won't be coming this week, but I'll be probably coming next week. Then Vi would say, you're not going back to Minneapolis. So I stayed again. And I didn't get home till the first week in April. And I was gone all of March. I think it was the last week in February or something like that. I was gone a long time. But we had a lot of fun together, she and I.
Tell us about Thelma Gamick.
Talk about, she was so filthy rich. She never spent a nickel on anything, and it was just, Dolly knew her too. Dolly knew her as well as I did. And Dolly at that time really and truly didn't have much money, but Dolly used to take her to see, her mother was in a Lutheran nursing home. Mount Olivet Lutheran Church is the biggest Lutheran church in that area. And every day Dolly would take her to the nursing home, and they'd feed Thelma's mother because she couldn't feed herself. And then Dolly would play the piano in this recreation area, and she would give Dolly $5 a day for and then Dolly had to take Thelma grocery shopping and everything, but she should have given her more than that, because Dolly had every day, and then Dolly had that car out. Well, she had to buy new tires, and Thelma never gave her any money for tires or anything, or even when she had to have the car looked over and checked.
One of my favorite stories about Thelma is the one with the ring, the diamond ring. Do you remember that? You and another lady went down to Minnehaha Creek, and you threw the diamond ring in the creek.
Oh, yes. Someone by the name of Gloria Anderson came to live with Thelma. And Gloria was a spinster and very rich. And she had gotten this, I think that was Thelma's ring. And Thelma had gotten this ring from a cousin in New York, and they had put that ring into just an ordinary envelope with a little paper around it, and sent it through the mail. And that ring was worth about $6,000. And so then Gloria Anderson got to know her, and Gloria moved in with Thelma. Thelma lived up the block from me. She was my neighbor. And his husband had died, and she never had any children. And then Thelma had promised that ring, because she wasn't going to pay her for taking care of her. Of course, Thelma didn't ask her to come and stay with her, but Gloria could see that Thelma needed help. But she said that when I'm gone, this ring is yours, see? But it wasn't in writing. And so Thelma's condition worsened, and Gloria had a lot to do with everything. And then when Thelma died, she just took that ring. I mean, she wasn't stealing it. And so then she took that ring, and as I say, it was worth $6,000, big diamond. And then somebody told her that if they come in and take an inventory of Thelma's house, if there's any kind of a letter or anything connected with that ring, they're going to want to know where it is. And they would know then that Gloria was the one that took it. And her brother even warned her about that. He said, if they discover that you have taken that ring, but it was promised to her, but it wasn't in writing. And she was a very conscientious person. And So and she went to church a lot, and she was fun to be with, but oh, could she play the piano.